Good morning, everybody. I'm going to introduce myself. I am José Antonio Mayoral. I am the rector of the University of Zaragoza. And in this moment, the president of this European Alliance, UNITA, Universitas Montium. We are here to celebrate the first one-day conference on different perspectives of European citizenship that is in the framework of the World Package 7 of this alliance. I pass the floor to the Vice Rector responsible of internationalization of our university, Professor Paco Beltrán. Paco?
Thank you very much, Rector and President of the Governance Board of the UNITA Alliance, and good morning to everyone listening to us. Bom dia. Bonjour, buongiorno, buona dimineața, buenos dias, practicing a little bit multilingualism. One of the main commitments of higher education institutions involved in the European Universities Initiative, launched in 2019 by the European Council, is to strengthen the idea of European citizenship. After all, this initiative is integrated in the Erasmus Plus program, which has proven to be one of the most effective tools in the creation of the idea, the political and social idea of Europe. In the case of UNITA, European citizenship and identity are the core of our values, since we are public universities committed with the development of our societies. And this is our main distinguishing mark. We are the 6 universities integrated in the Alliance, as well as the 4 that will join us very soon. We are based in cities surrounded by rural mountain cross-border territories located in Romance-speaking areas. Our official languages are Portuguese, Spanish, French, Italian, and Romanian. 5 of the 24 official languages of the European Union, and of its 150 non-official minority languages, some of them spoken also in our territories, Piemontese, Occitan, Aragonese, Catalan, and others that will join us. And although we have begun using English as our lingua franca, as I am doing at this moment, we are absolutely committed to the promotion of our 5 official languages in our daily work, and to use them also as academic bridge to the Romance-speaking universities and countries outside Europe, mainly in America and Africa. We want to contribute to disseminate the idea of European citizenship among our university communities, but we are eager to enrich the idea of European identity with the perspective of the population who is living not only in large cities, but also at the countryside, particularly in the rural mountain cross-border areas with low demographic densities and increasingly depopulated, which many times feel to be abandoned by the national and European governments. We are deeply committed with the development of these areas. That's why cultural heritage, circular economy, and renewable energies are 3 of our main axes of action. And we want to give voice to this perspective of these populations, and also of migrants, on European identity. As any other identity, European identity is a social construct, and in the same way as the European Union is work in progress. We are convinced that it makes sense to use concepts as citizenship and identity beyond the borders of the national state, if we want to contribute to transform the nowadays Europe of peoples into a people of European citizens. The core elements of citizenship, rights and identity should one day not to be attached to citizen members of separate member states that together form the European Union, but to citizens as citizens of the European Union, perceived as a democratic political union. And from this perspective, university communities, one of the most European social sectors in Europe, especially students who are our future, but also our rural communities have a lot to say. My Spanish generation looked at Europe before 1986 as the solution for many political, economical, and cultural problems. And I continue to believe that Europe, this Europe of citizens, is the solution. And this is the purpose of Work Package 7, that we have called the Highlander Perspective on European Citizenship. We'll try to explore the different meanings of European citizenship, identity, and values. And that's what we are going to do here during this one-day conference. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to all people who has made possible this conference on European citizenship, to the speakers who have done their best to be here online or face-to-face, despite the overbooked agendas, to the colleagues and students of the University of Zaragoza who are going to chair the 5 sessions, to the UNITA office at Zaragoza, particularly to Kermit and Carmen, and all the technicians and translators who are giving us support, who have taken care of organizing this complex event, and last but absolutely not least, to the Work Package 7 Task Force of the 6 UNITA universities, and especially to its leader, Sergio Salinas, whose presence here, face-to-face, will be impossible because a health issue connected to the pandemic, and that in some minutes will give us an overview of what this conference would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Paco. I'm going to talk in English, and then I will move to Spanish in order to use our system of simultaneous translation and to favor intercomprehension. Some years ago, when the rectors and the vice-rectors of the universities met, first of all in Po and then in Turin, all the members of this future alliance were convinced that, in fact, university is able to do a lot of things to increase the standard of living of the regions in which the universities are located. But the question is how the alliance of several universities with similar problems can even improve our standard, our behavior, can favor our aim to improve the prosperity of the regions, taking into account that all the universities are located in regions with similar problems, as has been explained by Paco. And that was the main question, because we believe that being European was in both directions. In fact, we are expecting from Europe a lot of things, but the question is, what can we do to promote Europe in our regions? And this is the key question of the meeting of today. De hecho, cuando uno mira los presupuestos de la Unión Europea, observa que la agricultura y la ganadería, el sector primario, que es muy importante en estas zonas despobladas de las que hablaba el vicerrector, es una parte importante del presupuesto total de la Unión Europea. Sin embargo, es más fácil sentirse europeo y ser europeo en una gran ciudad que sentirse europeo y ser europeo en una zona más despoblada. E insisto, a pesar de que el presupuesto es muy favorable a estas regiones. Esto quiere decir que hay algo que está fallando en esta conexión. Y nosotros estábamos convencidos de dos cosas. Primero, de que el conocimiento en esta nueva economía de la sostenibilidad que está llegando puede trasladar una nueva economía a estas zonas donde el sector primario va a ser importante no solo por la alimentación, sino también por el uso del medio ambiente, el uso de las materias primas y la energía, y el turismo no centrado en sol, playa y grandes ciudades, como hasta ahora. Estábamos convencidos de que podíamos hacer algo en esta dirección y que si lográbamos hacer eso seríamos capaces de acercar el conocimiento de Europa a estos ciudadanos y hacerles sentir de que Europa estaba haciendo algo por ellos. Y decir a Europa al mismo tiempo que estas regiones necesitan sentir que Europa existe y que Europa es importante para estas regiones. Esta doble dirección es la que persigue esta alianza. Porque además, si son nuestros jóvenes mejor formados el futuro de la sociedad, si estos jóvenes mejor formados entienden las oportunidades que la combinación de estos nuevos territorios, esta nueva economía basada en el territorio y Europa, las oportunidades que les puede ofrecer, estaremos haciendo realmente lo que pretendemos, hacer Europa a través del conocimiento. Esta alianza está convencida de que tiene potencial de hacer Europa a través del conocimiento en aquellas zonas donde es difícil hacer Europa. No hay más que ver lo que sucedió en el Brexit, los resultados del Brexit. Un análisis sociológico del Brexit nos muestra dónde había menor sentimiento europeo. Bueno, pues realmente estamos convencidos que esta alianza tiene esta particularidad, ser capaz de hacer sentir la importancia de Europa en regiones, en zonas donde es más difícil que esto llegue. Y este es nuestro objetivo. Y este Work Package 7, donde se trabaja fundamentalmente este aspecto, ha logrado reunir hoy, yo creo, una serie de conferenciantes de primer nivel con una serie de temas, si vemos los títulos de las conferencias, realmente de primer nivel. Y espero que esto, bueno, pues sea un punto más en la continuidad de esta alianza que, como decía el vicerrector, esperamos ampliar, pero manteniendo nuestro espíritu original. Regiones con lenguas romances, favorecer la intercomprensión. El inglés está muy bien, pero hay más. Regiones con lenguas romances, regiones fronterizas, es decir, ciudadanos que tienen que encontrarse obligatoriamente de otros países porque viven al lado. Y regiones que tienen en estos momentos un problema de población, pero también unas perspectivas de futuro con la nueva economía que tenemos que ser capaces de hacer llegar. Y este es el objetivo y esto es lo que queremos, ser capaces de transmitir desde la universidad y también ser capaces de aprender con los conferenciantes de hoy qué oportunidades tenemos y cómo podemos mejorar nuestros objetivos, porque finalmente el éxito de esta alianza es el éxito de Europa, que es lo que todos estamos persiguiendo. Muchísimas gracias, que tengan una buena jornada y cuando acabe esta seguro que ya estamos pensando en la siguiente. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias, rector. A continuación, el profesor Salinas, que supongo que anda ya conectado,
sí,
tiene la palabra. I give you the floor to make an introduction on the one-day conference that we are going to hold today. Sergio?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As the Vice Rector said,
You are muted. Your mic is off, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry. No.
No?
¿Me oyen? ¿Me oyen?
Typical video conference issue.
Pues antes se me oía perfectamente.
No.
¿Se me oye ahora? En Zoom sí que se me oye. No se me oye. Por favor, si me podéis dar sonido. ¿No se me oye? Por favor, ¿se me oye ya? Por favor, ¿no me oís? Dime, Kermit. ¿Se me oye? Vale, pues entonces continúo, ¿verdad? Vale. Bueno, pues I have seen that good morning everybody. The Vice Rector said that we are very committed with our languages and with the comprehension between them. So I will use one of them, Spanish. Considering that we have translation to English, it will be very easy for everybody to follow I hope, short speech. Hola a todos. Como el vicerrector comentaba, yo voy a asumir una especie de presentación general de contexto de esta conferencia, aunque en realidad va a ser casi digamos un puzzle, un collage con cosas que tanto el rector como el vicerrector han dicho en su presentación anterior. Lo primero, me quiero disculpar porque, como el vicerrector decía, son causas ajenas a mi voluntad las que me obligan a hablar desde aquí. Había varias razones por las cuales a mí me tocaba, afortunadamente para mí, no era nada desagradable asumir esta tarea en cuanto director de la oficina UNITA de la Universidad de Zaragoza, en cuanto representante del paquete 7, que ahora explicaré, e incluso en cuanto profesor de Derecho de la Unión Europea, pero otras razones superiores, en términos de pandemia, afortunadamente en mi caso muy leve, pues me obligan a estar en cuarentena y a intervenir desde la distancia. Bueno, decía que voy a intentar contextualizar en los pocos minutos que aparecen en el programa, porque el programa no está diseñado para escucharme a mí, sino a los ponentes, y hay algunos que están esperando y que van a intervenir a continuación. Contextualizar esta actividad en un marco mucho más amplio. Si tuviera que presentar esta actividad, diría que es una actividad que se desarrolla en el marco de la Alianza UNITA y del paquete de trabajo número 7. A todos ellos se ha referido ya el rector y el vicerrector, y entonces yo voy a, casi tomando, si me permiten, algunas de las palabras que ellos han dicho, contextualizar estos dos extremos para todos aquellos que presencial o virtualmente estén participando y no lo tengan claro, lo cual sería comprensible. Primero, que es la Alianza UNITA, el rector ya lo explicaba, es una alianza de universidades europeas que reúne a 6 universidades de 5 países, las universidades de Po y los países de la DUR, Savoia-Mont-Blanc por parte francesa, Beira Interior de Portugal, Oeste de Timisoara de Rumanía, Turín de Italia y Zaragoza de España, que son universidades que presentan una serie de rasgos comunes que también ha aludido el rector, por eso decía que casi me voy a beneficiar de lo que os han dicho, que si tuviéramos que sintetizar podríamos decir que se encuentran instaladas en regiones fronterizas, montañosas, podríamos decir periféricas, utilizando esto ni mucho menos en unos términos peyorativos, sino fuera, digamos, del núcleo geográfico del proceso de construcción europea y que son de lengua romance. Esta alianza tiene una serie de ejes, más allá de la docencia y la investigación, que son obvios en cuanto que es una alianza de universidades, una serie de ejes entre los que se encuentran, por una parte, la intercomprensión lingüística, a la que yo me refería hace un momento, pero también la ciudadanía europea. Y el porqué de la consideración de la ciudadanía europea como eje, pues lo mencionaba también en buena medida el vicerrector de internacionalización de nuestra universidad, porque consideramos que la ciudadanía europea en realidad es un instrumento privilegiado para construir de manera progresiva una identidad europea que es esencial para que el proceso que se iniciaba hace más o menos 70 años, 71 si tomamos como referencia la famosa declaración Schuman del año 1950, pues siga progresando. Y no son buenos tiempos. Fenómenos que son bien conocidos por todos, populismos, nacionalismos, crisis diversas que empezaron por crisis financieras y han devenido desgraciadamente en crisis sanitarias y de las que no terminamos de salir, pues han sumido un proyecto que para generaciones anteriores, como decía el vicerrector, en las que yo me incluyo, era un proyecto de modernidad y progreso, pues han generado múltiples dudas. Más allá de que, como toda obra del ser humano, el proceso de construcción europea sea claramente perceptible, lo cierto es que quienes tenemos una cierta perspectiva temporal nos damos cuenta de todo lo que ha comportado este proceso y por eso consideramos que es más importante que nunca recordar todos esos elementos positivos y todo lo que de cara al futuro este proceso puede comportar, especialmente para los jóvenes que no tienen ese referente temporal, afortunadamente para ellos, de haber vivido una situación en sus estados muy diferente antes de que estos deviniesen Estados miembros de la Unión Europea. Bueno, el objetivo de este paquete 7, antes hablaba de lo que es la Alianza UNITA, ahora me refiero a lo que es el paquete 7, precisamente es es el de ayudar a la difusión y a la mejor comprensión del concepto de ciudadanía europea y de la identidad europea por añadidura entre, en principio, las comunidades universitarias, con especial atención a los estudiantes, pero más allá de eso, las sociedades de todas estas regiones en las que se encuentran enclavadas esas universidades únicas. Y el objetivo va más allá. No nos limitamos o no pretendemos limitarnos a la mera difusión, sino que lo que queremos además es aportar lo que desde estas regiones sus ciudadanos pueden aportar como contribución a la construcción de ese proceso europeo y de ese concepto de ciudadanía europea. Es decir, quienes habitan en estas regiones, en las que uno de los rasgos, desgraciadamente, es un cierto aislamiento, tanto en cuanto al volumen de intensidad demográfica como en cuanto a la propia situación geográfica, pues tiene una serie de preocupaciones que quieren que se vean reflejadas también en ese concepto de ciudadanía europea. Y desde el paquete 7, uno de nuestros intereses principales es que en esa labor informativa a los ciudadanos de estas regiones hay una cierta reversión, de manera que estos colaboren aportando su punto de vista y sus intereses a esa construcción de un concepto que tiene que involucrarnos a todos. Bueno, con ese objetivo, a lo largo del año y un mes más o menos que la Alianza UNITA lleva en funcionamiento y a lo largo de los 2 años aproximadamente que nos quedan en una primera fase, se han ido celebrando en el marco del paquete de trabajo número 7 diferentes actividades. Se han realizado talleres online, workshops online, dirigidos a público muy diverso, estudiantes, profesores de la universidad, staff académico, sociedad en general, etcétera. Se han celebrado talleres rurales dirigidos precisamente a las comunidades rurales de las regiones donde se enclavan las universidades y también a comunidades migrantes, etcétera. Se han convocado premios para trabajos fin de grado, fin de máster, se va a convocar próximamente un concurso audiovisual y en ese conjunto de medidas se enclava precisamente esta conferencia, que en realidad no es una actividad más, sino que es una de las actividades en las que depositamos una confianza mayor a los efectos de la difusión y de la mejor comprensión de ese concepto a la vista de los ponentes, que en un minuto, para ajustarme al horario que aparecía establecido, voy a encuadrar, no a presentar individualmente, pero sí encuadrar. En todo caso, como decía, esta no es puede ser una actividad organizada, digamos, en primer término por la Universidad de Zaragoza, pero no es una actividad exclusivamente de la Universidad de Zaragoza, sino que es una actividad de la Alianza UNITA. Y eso se pone de manifiesto en el elenco de ponentes que aparecen recogidos en el programa, a los que quiero empezar por agradecer su amabilidad y su disponibilidad para colaborar con nosotros en esta actividad. Lamentamos que esta colaboración sea online por razones que son por todos conocidas y ojalá que en un futuro podamos recibirlos en esta ciudad, en ese fantástico edificio Paraninfo en donde están quienes asisten presencialmente y que podamos beneficiarnos además del contacto personal. Bueno, decía que es un elenco de ponentes que el rector decía que son muy destacados y yo, desde luego, no puedo más que suscribirlo, y que viene marcado por la diversidad conscientemente buscada. Por una parte, diversidad en cuanto a las instituciones, diversidad porque hay ponentes que vienen de universidades, pero también que vienen de instituciones públicas, del Gobierno de España, de la Comisión Europea, del Parlamento Europeo, y que nos aportarán, por tanto, visiones distintas, lógicamente, aunque coincidentes en lo esencial. Y también diversidad en cuanto a la nacionalidad. Están representadas, porque ese era el propósito desde el principio de la organización de este seminario, todas las universidades que forman parte de la Alianza UNITA, y por eso vienen representantes, vienen ponentes de todos los países que están integrados en esta Alianza UNITA a los que he hecho referencia anteriormente. El objetivo es simplemente presentar un conjunto de aproximaciones diversas a un concepto, como hemos dicho, nuclear, que incite precisamente a la reflexión y al debate de todos los presentes, sea de manera presencial o sea virtualmente. Termino ya, vicerrector, simplemente con un agradecimiento al público, que obviamente es el actor esencial de todo esto. Esta actividad cobra sentido en el momento en el que son ellos los destinatarios de la misma y esperamos que la reflexión y el debate que a lo largo de esta jornada se pueda plantear conduzca a que todos nosotros, al término de esta actividad, como decía el rector, salgamos siendo ciudadanos europeos mejor informados, ciudadanos europeos más responsables de lo que esa condición de ciudadano europeo implica, de cuáles son las ventajas que la misma aporta y que eso nos haga más resilientes, que es un concepto que ahora está muy de moda, más resistentes a influencias de quienes, quizá con una visión nostálgica, consideran que estaría bien que volviésemos al túnel del tiempo, en tiempos que quizá a ellos les resulten más queridos, pero que desde mi punto de vista no hay ninguna duda que fueron mucho menos prometedores para el conjunto de ciudadanos de los Estados miembros de la Unión Europea. Estoy seguro que será así al final de esta jornada y de momento creo que es más que suficiente, me he ajustado al tiempo, devuelvo la palabra y creo que podemos empezar con la primera de las sesiones. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Sergio. Muchas gracias, Sergio. Pasamos pues a la sesión plenaria, a la plenary session, que me encargaré de moderar y que estará integrada por tres intervinientes. María Zafra Saura, que lo hará online, Augusto Paramio Nieto, que nos acompaña en la sala, y finalmente Marinela Belluati, que lo hará también online. La primera persona, the first person to speak would be María Zafra Saura, who is in charge of the Union Citizenship Rights and Free Movement at the Directorate General Justice and Consumers of the European Commission, and who will speak. The title of his intervention is European Citizenship and Individual Rights of Citizens. Thank you very much, Maria, for joining us, and I give you the floor.
Genial, fenomenal. Bueno, buenos días a todos. En primer lugar, me gustaría agradecer a UNITA y a la Universidad de Zaragoza por la invitación en nombre de la Comisión Europea y bueno, y al equipo organizador por hacer posible la conferencia. La unidad de la que formo parte, la Comisión, en concreto en la Dirección General de Justicia y Consumidores de la Comisión Europea, se encarga de proteger. Eso es lo que me voy a centrar en mi presentación. Y bueno, simplemente comenzar la presentación diciendo que la base de esta ciudadanía es que toda persona que es nacional de un Estado miembro de la Unión Europea tiene automáticamente esta ciudadanía. Esto es importante que seamos conscientes de ello. Esa ciudadanía viene consagrada en el Tratado de la Unión Europea, que fue firmado en Maastricht y entró en vigor en el año 93. Y también el Tratado de Funcionamiento de la Unión Europea, que se deriva del antiguo Tratado de la Comunidad Europea. Esta ciudadanía es uno de los mayores logros de la Unión Europea, nos gusta pensar, y del proyecto europeo, y consiste en concreto en un estatuto, un régimen jurídico en términos más legales, que se añade a la ciudadanía nacional de todos los nacionales de Estados miembros de la Unión. O sea, esto es muy importante, que muchos ciudadanos a lo mejor todavía no saben, es que la ciudadanía europea se añade a la ciudadanía nacional, es un extra, un añadido que nos conceden los tratados. Y bueno, en cuanto a qué supone en la práctica esta ciudadanía, que esta ciudadanía nos otorga una serie de derechos que están recogidos en los artículos 20 a 25 del Tratado de Funcionamiento de la Unión Europea y que espero que podáis ver allí en la presentación que estoy compartiendo, que son en concreto el derecho de circular y residir libremente en el territorio de la Unión, el derecho de votar y presentarse como candidato en determinadas elecciones en el país de residencia, aunque no se sea nacional de ese país, el derecho de protección por las autoridades diplomáticas o consulares de otro Estado miembro de la Unión en un país tercero cuando un ciudadano no tenga protección o representación nacional. Y además otra serie de derechos que incluyen la petición, el derecho de petición al Parlamento Europeo, de queja al defensor del pueblo, de escribir a cualquier institución de la Unión y obtener una respuesta en el mismo idioma, siempre y cuando sea una de las 24 lenguas oficiales de la Unión. Y el derecho más nuevo, que fue introducido en diciembre de 2009 por el Tratado de Lisboa, cuando entró en vigor el Tratado de Lisboa, que consiste en la presentación de iniciativas ciudadanas. Bueno, cada vez son más los europeos que están familiarizados con el término de ciudadanía de la Unión o ciudadano de la Unión, y en el último Eurobarómetro sobre ciudadanía de 2020, del año pasado, se reveló que alrededor de 9 de cada 10 ciudadanos europeos ya están familiarizados con el término, es el porcentaje más alto que se ha registrado, y además más de 6 de cada 10 entienden realmente y saben qué significa este término. En España estas cifras son un poco más elevadas, en concreto el 94% de los ciudadanos conocen el término y casi un 80%, casi 8 de cada 10 entienden realmente lo que significa. La gran mayoría de los europeos saben que son ciudadanos de la Unión Europea y además de su país. Esto es un porcentaje muy alto, que además va incrementando con el tiempo. Y lo que pasa es que, sin embargo, más de 6 de cada 10 ciudadanos opinan que no se hace lo suficiente y en este caso creo que tanto ciudadanos como instituciones tienen la responsabilidad, no se hace suficiente para informar a los ciudadanos sobre sus derechos y qué implica en la práctica ser ciudadano de la Unión Europea en cuanto a los derechos que se nos otorgan. En cuanto al derecho de las personas o de los ciudadanos europeos a circular y residir libremente dentro de la Unión, esto es una de las piedras angulares de la ciudadanía y es uno de los logros mayores y con más fáciles de palpar que tenemos los ciudadanos europeos. Y es uno de los derechos que también se utiliza mucho. La movilidad ha aumentado constantemente en los últimos años en la Unión. Y en la actualidad, estos son datos de 2019, hay más de 13 millones de ciudadanos móviles dentro de la Unión. Ciudadanos móviles, consideramos, son ciudadanos que residen en un Estado miembro distinto a su, su país de origen. Para que nos hagamos una idea, pues estos son poblaciones más de la población de Portugal o de Bélgica, o sea, estamos hablando de un número considerable de ciudadanos. El objetivo principal de estos desplazamientos son motivos laborales, en segundo lugar motivos familiares y además un dato importante, hay un gran movimiento de turismo dentro de la Unión y se estima que durante una temporada estival media se hacen alrededor de 385 millones de viajes turísticos dentro de la Unión por ciudadanos europeos. Más de 6 de cada 10 ciudadanos europeos opinan que este derecho de libre circulación y residencia beneficia a la economía de su país, lo que supone un incremento de 13 puntos porcentuales desde 2015. Es un entendimiento que aumenta con el tiempo. Y además, en general, este derecho aumenta la interacción entre los ciudadanos de la Unión Europea, entre culturas, mejora la comprensión mutua y contribuye a que las sociedades europeas sean más tolerantes e inclusivas. El derecho de libre circulación y residencia viene consagrado en el artículo 21 del Tratado de Funcionamiento de la Unión Europea y además está regulado por la Directiva sobre libre circulación que establece una serie de limitaciones y condiciones que voy a comentar más adelante. En cuanto a quién se beneficia de este derecho, tanto de circular como de residir libremente. Bueno, pues los beneficiados son los ciudadanos de la Unión Europea, por supuesto, y además sus familiares. En cuanto a qué miembros de la familia tienen este derecho automático de circular y residir en la Unión, bueno, pues estos serán siempre el cónyuge del ciudadano de la Unión Europea o su pareja registrada. Además, los descendientes hasta 21 años o que estén a cargo del ciudadano, tanto del ciudadano como de su cónyuge o pareja, así como sus ascendientes. Para todos aquellos familiares que no entren en estas categorías, además, este derecho se extiende de alguna manera a otros familiares del ciudadano, ya que según la Directiva de Libre Circulación, los Estados miembros están obligados a, de alguna forma, facilitar la entrada de estos otros miembros, la familia o de la pareja con quien el ciudadano de la Unión mantenga una relación duradera. El derecho de libre residencia, en concreto, tiene 3 dimensiones según la duración de la misma. En primer lugar, todos los ciudadanos de la Unión Europea tienen derecho de residir en el país de acogida durante un periodo máximo de 3 meses sin tener que cumplir ningún otro requisito más que tener un carnet de identidad o pasaporte que sean válidos. Y da igual si el desplazamiento es por trabajo o estudios o turismo. A los 3 meses de estancia se aplican determinadas condiciones que comentaba antes a la residencia y en concreto es necesario ser empleado o autónomo, y si no lo eres, bueno, porque eres estudiante o no tienes actividad económica, es necesario demostrar una serie de requisitos que son, bueno, en primer lugar, tener recursos suficientes para no ser una carga para la asistencia social del Estado miembro de acogida y además un seguro de enfermedad que cubra todos los riesgos. Esos recursos financieros suficientes pueden proceder de cualquier fuente y además no hay un importe fijo que establezca que son suficientes, sino que es una evaluación global e individual que se hace por el Estado de acogida. En todo caso, ese requisito se cumple siempre que los recursos superan el umbral de elegibilidad para la asistencia social. Y las personas que no cumplan estos requisitos, estas condiciones, no van a tener derecho de residencia con arreglo a la directiva y se les puede pedir que abandonen el territorio. En cualquier lugar, tras 5 años de residencia permanente continuada, residencia legal continuada, el país de acogida se va a adquirir el derecho de residencia permanente automáticamente. Es decir, a los 5 años de una residencia legal, todo ciudadano adquiere este derecho de residir permanentemente. Y es posible, además, que haya algunas ausencias temporales, siempre y cuando no superen los 6 meses. Pasamos a los derechos electorales que comentaba al principio. Además de este derecho de libre circulación de residencia, la ciudadanía tiene vinculado una serie de derechos electorales que están recogidos en el artículo 22 del Tratado de Funcionamiento de la Unión Europea y que consisten en que todo ciudadano de la Unión tiene derecho de sufragio activo y pasivo tanto a las elecciones al Parlamento Europeo como a las municipales en el país de residencia del que no sea nacional. Estos derechos se recogen en las directivas, en 2 directivas que he añadido en la diapositiva, y quizás comentaros, porque ha sido reciente, que la Comisión ha presentado una propuesta para actualizar estas normas. Y, por ejemplo, una de las propuestas que ha hecho la Comisión recientemente es que se facilite la información sobre sus derechos a aquellos ciudadanos que estén en un Estado miembro distinto del de origen, ciudadanos móviles, por ejemplo, usando una lengua que sea utilizada por un número elevado de ciudadanos que están desplazados en otro Estado miembro. Según las últimas encuestas sobre ciudadanía, más de 7 de cada 10 ciudadanos europeos saben que un ciudadano de la Unión residente en su país tiene ese derecho a presentarse como candidato y votar en las elecciones al Parlamento Europeo. Sin embargo, solamente alrededor de 5 de cada 10 ciudadanos europeos sabe que ese ciudadano también tiene derecho a presentarse como candidato y votar en las elecciones municipales. Por otro lado, la mayoría de los ciudadanos europeos creen que los ciudadanos de la Unión deberían también poder votar en las elecciones nacionales y en los referendos del país en el que residen. Bueno, y aquí os añado unas últimas cifras sobre las elecciones al Parlamento Europeo que tuvieron lugar en 2019, y es que en estas últimas elecciones la participación ciudadana alcanzó su máximo en 25 años, en más de 50 puntos porcentuales. Y esto fue impulsado sobre todo por votantes jóvenes y votantes primerizos. Podéis verlo en el gráfico de la izquierda. Y además, en el gráfico de la derecha es curioso también ver que la importancia que los ciudadanos le dan a las elecciones al Parlamento Europeo todavía es bastante inferior a la importancia que se le da a votar en elecciones nacionales. En cuanto al derecho de protección consular, este viene consagrado en el artículo 23 del Tratado de Funcionamiento de la Unión Europea, que otorga a los ciudadanos el derecho de recibir asistencia consular en una embajada o consulado de otro país de la Unión cuando, estando en el extranjero, no se disponga de una embajada de su propio Estado miembro. Este derecho, bueno, pues lo que otorga son beneficios de orden práctico y además se entiende que es una expresión de solidaridad entre Estados miembros. La finalidad es que todos los ciudadanos europeos que busquen ayuda consular en un Estado tercero lo puedan obtener esta protección y tengan acceso a esa protección. En 2020, por ejemplo, alrededor de 10 millones de ciudadanos no tenían representación en el extranjero y pudieron utilizar esa protección consular de otro Estado miembro. Y por daros algún dato, en realidad únicamente en Estados Unidos, China, India y Rusia están representados todos los Estados miembros, con lo cual en la práctica es un derecho que tiene implicaciones importantes. En cuanto a la iniciativa ciudadana europea que comentaba, fue introducida por el Tratado de Lisboa. Este derecho que tienen los ciudadanos europeos es en la práctica un instrumento que les permite participar activamente en la formulación de políticas y presentar iniciativas a la Comisión Europea para que la Comisión proponga una legislación determinada. Tiene una serie de condiciones que son las siguientes. Esta iniciativa tiene que ser lanzada por al menos 7 ciudadanos residentes en 7 Estados miembros de la Unión diferentes. Además, tiene que estar respaldada por al menos 1 millón de firmas obtenidas en 7 Estados miembros diferentes durante un periodo de 12 meses y los firmantes tienen que estar en edad de votar en el Estado miembro en el que se recoja la firma. Otro requisito fundamental es que la Comisión tenga competencia para presentar una propuesta al respecto. Bueno, para concluir mi presentación, me gustaría comentar la existencia de un informe sobre la ciudadanía de la Unión que la Comisión publica cada 3 años, es una obligación del Tratado de Funcionamiento de la Unión Europea y en este informe básicamente se establece la agenda de ciudadanía de la Unión para los próximos años, se hace un balance de los progresos realizados desde el informe anterior y además se proponen nuevas prioridades y acciones para aportar beneficios concretos a los ciudadanos sobre la base del balance que se ha hecho de las acciones anteriores. Para ello se realizan encuestas, consultas e investigaciones por parte de la Comisión, en efecto. El último informe, que se publicó justo hace un año, en 2020, bueno, pues se hacía efectivamente esta serie de cosas desde el último informe que se había publicado en 2017 y en la diapositiva podéis ver cuáles son los 4 pilares o ámbitos prioritarios. Por un lado, participación democrática, empoderamiento e inclusión. Por otro lado, facilitar la libre circulación y simplificar la vida cotidiana de los ciudadanos móviles, proteger y promover la ciudadanía de la Unión y proteger a los ciudadanos de la Unión en tiempos de crisis. Esos serían los 4 pilares de este último informe. Y con esto termino mi presentación y os agradezco muchísimo vuestra atención. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, María, por este resumen de los derechos individuales de los ciudadanos de la Unión Europea. ¿Que no hay? No hay preguntas. En principio estaba previsto que las preguntas, si las hay, las dejemos para el final de este primer bloque de intervenciones, que está previsto que cada una de ellas dure aproximadamente 15 minutos. La siguiente intervención, que tendrá lugar en presencia, corresponde a Augusto Paramio, que es el coordinador del Punto Europeo de Ciudadanía del Ministerio Español de Cultura y Educación, a quien le agradecemos mucho que nos acompañe y que intervendrá con una comunicación que se titula funding channels for projects in the field of citizenship, CERV program. Creo que hablará en español. Muchas gracias, Augusto. Tienes la palabra.
¿Ahora? ¿Se me oye? De acuerdo. No, repito entonces que gracias al rector, gracias al vicerrector, a UNITA, por supuesto a la Universidad de Zaragoza. Y efectivamente estoy aquí, sí. Quería romper esta especie de maldición de lo virtual y teniendo la oportunidad de venir físicamente, pues me ha parecido que poner una pica de estas es sintomático y simbólico. También había preparado un pequeño PowerPoint, pero finalmente he decidido que quizá esta presentación, sobre todo después de las intervenciones anteriores, sería más interesante que fuera impresionista, que fuera simplemente una primera toma de contacto donde, bueno, pues siguiera un poco el testigo que han ido pasando los anteriores intervinientes. Y la verdad es que no es difícil porque efectivamente se ha mencionado que esto es un proyecto en el marco de un programa europeo. Y es un proyecto en el marco de un programa europeo, que es el programa Erasmus, en el que hay una alianza de universidades. Con estos tres elementos se me ha puesto muy fácil la presentación porque, como ha mencionado el vicerrector, nosotros, hablo en plural porque yo soy el coordinador, pero es una oficina, somos el punto nacional de información, en lo que se llama el National Contact Point, de un programa europeo que se adapta perfectamente al espíritu de esta jornada, que es un programa que se llama CER, Ciudadanía, Igualdad, Derechos y Valores, en inglés, pero digamos que las siglas son perfectamente transferibles a todas las lenguas de los países que están hoy implicados en esta alianza. ¿Qué es un programa europeo? Pues un programa como el Erasmus+, un programa que financia proyectos en concurrencia competitiva. Aquí entramos ya en otro escenario diferente al del Erasmus+, que tiene una agencia nacional. Nosotros somos programas que son de gestión externalizada, diferida. Entonces, nosotros lo que hacemos es el acompañamiento, la promoción, la difusión a los potenciales candidatos, es decir, a ustedes, a los que están hoy físicamente aquí, a los que nos escuchan virtualmente, y ya animo que a todos los países implicados en esta alianza tienen sus puntos nacionales de información en sus respectivos países. En nuestro caso, nosotros estamos integrados en el Ministerio de Cultura y Deporte porque efectivamente se decidió que fuera así, pero tenemos colegas que están en otras estructuras porque el país es soberano de donde integra su desk o su punto nacional de información. ¿Qué es un programa que se llama CER? Pues lo que ha mencionado anteriormente María Zafra, pues es un programa que financia proyectos en el que estén implicados valores de ciudadanía. Un One Conference Day que se llama European Citizenship Perspectives era obligatorio, si se me permite esa libertad, que nos diera un pequeño espacio a los representantes de este programa, que acaba de ser, es relativamente reciente su puesta en marcha, puesto que, como el resto de programas europeos, incluido el Erasmus+, en cuyo marco hoy se desarrolla esta conferencia, pues tienen una vigencia de 7 años, es decir, que estamos en el periodo 21-27. Como todos sabemos, el proceso político de la aprobación de Consejo, Parlamento, Comisión, dotación del reglamento, traducción a las diferentes lenguas, sufrió un retraso considerable debido a la pandemia, pero a día de hoy el programa está en marcha, el programa tiene un horizonte hasta el 2027, ha habido la primera convocatoria del 2021, pero lógicamente que se convocó durante el periodo, durante el 20, y lo que alentamos, lógicamente, es a que participéis. Las universidades sois potenciales candidatos. Es más, cuando han hecho las presentaciones el rector y el vicerrector, en algún momento he pensado que era un proyecto financiado por el programa de ciudadanía, más que de un Erasmus, porque digamos que todos los topics, todos los temas que se están tratando, todos los temas que se van a tratar en el marco de la jornada de hoy se alinean absolutamente con lo que son los objetivos y las prioridades del programa. Voy a hablar un poco de cuál es la andadura, de dónde empieza este programa, de dónde viene, porque sí que creo que es interesante. Y para hacer una pequeña reivindicación, quizá María ahí pueda aclararme o podría hacerlo en el futuro de qué es lo que ha ocurrido. Este programa, que anteriormente se llamaba el programa que nosotros gestionamos, Europa con los ciudadanos, no puede ser más obvio y más elocuente, nace en el 2007. En el 2007, la Comisión decide poner en marcha esta iniciativa, reúne a los países miembros en su comité de gestión, que actualmente se llama Comité del Programa, les ofrece la posibilidad de crear un programa que, lógicamente, es una fuente, una vía de financiación. Los países miembros, lógicamente, aceptan, entre otras cosas, porque estos programas se financian a su vez por los impuestos de los ciudadanos, es decir, de nosotros, y el representante que va a ese comité de gestión era el representante del Ministerio de Cultura. Y el Ministerio de Cultura decide que efectivamente se va a integrar el programa Europa con los ciudadanos 2007-2013. He dicho que todos los programas tienen una vigencia de 7 años, se integra en el Ministerio de Cultura. ¿Por qué? Bueno, pues la razón era bastante simple, porque nosotros gestionábamos desde hace tiempo otro programa europeo. Es decir, que nosotros somos el punto nacional de información del actual programa Europa Creativa, pero que en aquel momento se llamaba el programa Cultura. Cuando nos proponen asumirlo, lógicamente decimos que sí, entre otras cosas porque abre el foco de nuestros potenciales solicitantes, porque si hay un concepto que es aún más versátil y más flexible que la cultura, es la ciudadanía, y porque nos abre un campo de explotación extraordinariamente interesante, que es todo el ámbito de las non-profit organizations, de todos los, stakeholders a los que no estábamos acostumbrados. De tal manera que cuando se nos solicita la presencia para hablar del programa Cultura, que lógicamente estaba integrado en el Ministerio, nos parece oportuno hablar también de aquel programa se llamaba Europa con los ciudadanos y que creíamos que ahí había una enorme capilaridad. Es decir, esta universidad es potencial solicitante del programa Cultura, pero también es potencial solicitante del programa Europa con los ciudadanos. Este programa tenía una actuación económica, de aquí esta es la reivindicación que quería hacer, muy modesta, extraordinariamente modesta, y una base legal muy compleja. Duró del 2007 al 2013 y del 2014 al 2020 la paradoja fue que el presupuesto se cortó, se redujo, algo que fue llamativo y que nosotros como puntos nacionales de información reivindicábamos, que si había un programa no sectorial y que se alinea perfectamente con la columna vertebral y con el ADN de la Unión Europea, que es la ciudadanía, bueno, pues era contradictorio que tuviera esa dotación económica tan escasa. Pero finalmente era lo que teníamos. Nosotros somos órganos gestores, no son órganos políticos, y decidimos que efectivamente nos parecía interesante y challenger y retador, efectivamente, promover este programa, que es una fuente, una vía, una herramienta de financiación. Esta conferencia seguramente está financiada como una actividad en el marco de un programa, del programa Erasmus+. Pues esto es exactamente igual, pero con temas de ciudadanía. Y así seguimos trabajando, dirigidos a organizaciones que trabajaban en el ámbito del hermanamiento, corporaciones municipales, ONGs, asociaciones, fundaciones, temas de think tanks, es decir, un espectro realmente interesante y que articula lo que es la Unión Europea, lo que es la sociedad civil, que es realmente lo importante y realmente los destinatarios de todas las políticas europeas. ¿Qué ocurre? En el 2021-27 la Comisión decide lo que llaman merging, es unir programas preexistentes. En este caso decide que esa C de citizenship, de Europa con los ciudadanos, nos va a unir con otros programas que existían, entre ellos el REC, que es Rights and Values, Derechos y Valores. Esto nos parecía, bueno, insisto que no es nuestra competencia, son decisiones que se toman en el ámbito político, pero bueno, como simple espectador me parecía que tenía oportunidad, tenía legitimidad, y ahí Lo que ocurre es que la Comisión lanza a la representación permanente de cada país la carta para que el país miembro nombre a su punto nacional de información, pero en este caso, insisto en lo de María, se manda al representante o al consejero de Justicia, no de Cultura. En este caso, el programa Derechos y Valores dependía de la DG, de la Dirección General de Justicia, que es donde creo que está trabajando María. Efectivamente, el representante, la representación permanente lo manda al Ministerio de Justicia y nosotros nos autopostulamos para eventualmente asumir esa tarea, ese mandato, esa responsabilidad. Nunca dejo, y lo hago no por cortesía, sino por convicción, de agradecer al Ministro de Justicia que decidió, porque ellos eran realmente los que tenían que nombrar el punto nacional de información. Por supuesto que tuvimos discusiones, que explicamos cuál era nuestra trayectoria, que vimos resultados medianamente correctos, que sabíamos un poco lo que era una oficina de información, porque estos programas precedentes con los que nos íbamos a fundir no tenían punto nacional de información, lo gestionaban directamente desde la comisión y, bueno, llegaron a la decisión, insisto, que agradecemos, que efectivamente nosotros seríamos el punto nacional de información del nuevo programa CER. Y este programa CER es el que efectivamente encaja, se alinea y armoniza todo lo que iba a tratarse aquí, que ya se ha tratado con anterioridad, pero que sin duda en las ponencias que van a venir van a ser temas que se van a suscitar y que se van a abordar. Insisto en la idea de que es un instrumento de financiación. Todas las ideas, y esto lo decimos en nuestras charlas, tanto si es para el programa de cultura, pero hoy como es para el programa de ciudadanía, necesitan algo tan trivial o tan prosaico o tan operativo como es el dinero. Y el dinero se obtiene a través de los programas. Y los programas están hechos para ello, para financiar al sector de la cultura, Europa Creativa, para financiar al sector del audiovisual, media, para financiar al sistema del medio ambiente, LIFE, para financiar al sistema de la I+D+I, de la investigación, el desarrollo y la innovación, Horizon Europa, y para financiar los proyectos de la ciudadanía. Y enfatizo esta idea. Cualquier iniciativa en este ámbito es potencialmente encajable en el programa de ciudadanía, porque si hay, vuelvo a reincidir en la idea, un programa versátil y un concepto versátil es el de la ciudadanía. ¿Qué quiero decir con esto? Y ya voy a ir terminando. Es que este nuevo programa, que era por lo que os decía que no he traído el PowerPoint, este programa financia proyectos que estén en el ámbito de los valores europeos, que financia proyectos que toquen conceptos como la violencia, como el antisemitismo, como la transfobia, como los temas del LGTBI, los temas de la participación, los temas incluso del patrimonio, que ahí hacemos un matching con el programa de cultura. Es decir, que todos aquellos topics que estamos leyendo cada día en los medios de comunicación son temas que se pueden integrar en las iniciativas que se presenten a este programa. Mi objeto y nuestro cometido y nuestro reto y nuestro deseo y nuestro interés es que el programa se haga popular, lógicamente en España, que tenga impacto, que se presenten proyectos y eso sí, al contrario, como os decía, del programa Erasmus+, que tiene una agencia nacional, los puntos nacionales de información tenemos la obligación, es un mandate, es un mandato, no es un acto de generosidad, estamos cofinanciados también por ello, de dar asesoría, apoyo técnico, difundir, promover el programa, pero una vez que el proyecto saldrá de un ordenador como este, con un solo formulario en el que va a haber todas las ideas consensuadas y en común de todo el partenariado y de todos los socios, este proyecto saldrá online, lógicamente, irá a Bruselas, donde un comité de expertos independientes lo va a evaluar. Es decir, que no tenemos ninguna responsabilidad en la evaluación. Nuestra responsabilidad es, desde el inicio, lo que se llama el acompañamiento en francés, desde lo de hoy, que como les he dicho es simplemente una presentación impresionista y de pinceladas un poco de trazo grueso, hasta que el proyecto sale del ordenador. A partir de ahí, nuestra tarea desaparece y todo esto lo va a gestionar, por una parte, la Comisión y, por otra parte, su órgano gestor, que es la agencia ejecutiva. Para participar de Erasmus, de Europa Creativa, de CER y de estos programas, hay que darse de alta en un portal de participantes, hay que tener un PIC number, todo lo que seguramente muchos de ustedes sepan, pero bueno, que no está de más ponerlo de manifiesto. Entonces, la propuesta que dejo sobre la mesa es que echen un vistazo a las convocatorias. Están convocándose cada día, porque ahora manejamos un enorme número de líneas. Entonces, lo que les aconsejo es que echen un vistazo a las diferentes convocatorias, insisto, que son muy diversas. He dicho de violencia, darle derechos, valores de la Unión, todos los temas que apenas he evocado ahora, y lean esa convocatoria. Por supuesto que nos contacten en el caso que lo estimen oportuno, porque nosotros damos toda esa información, somos un organismo público, todo esto lógicamente en nuestro caso es gratis, y a partir de ahí pues empezar a modelar, evaluar, dar forma, para eso estamos, a esa propuesta, y a partir de ahí pues efectivamente luego esto es concurrencia competitiva y habría que ver si el proyecto es seleccionado o no seleccionado. Pero la experiencia yo creo que es extrapolable a todos los programas europeos, pero concreto en el programa Europa, el CER, se legitima por sí mismo. Si se tiene financiación, mejor. Todo el mundo necesitamos, todas las entidades necesitamos tener dinero para llevar a cabo nuestras ideas, pero el hecho de trabajar en red, el hecho de perder ese miedo atávico a los formularios europeos, que no sé por qué, pero efectivamente se tiene ese temor, cuando la mayoría de las veces estamos acostumbrados a gestionar asuntos más complicados, pero ese tema del europeo siempre lleva ese valor y ese temor añadido. Y segundo, te haces colegas, amigos en Europa. Es decir, tú vas a trabajar en un ámbito transnacional y acabas perdiendo ese temor. Se decía al inicio de la sesión el tema de la ruralidad, que nos ocurre también a nosotros. Yo vengo de una pequeña comunidad del Bajo Aragón. Seguramente los problemas que me conciernen sean muy locales. No es verdad. Hay decenas de organizaciones, de pueblos, de entidades, de municipios que están en la misma situación. En el Bajo Aragón, en la Baja Lombardía, en el norte de Polonia. Es decir, que lo que hay que encontrar es un asunto común, un tema que nos concierna y que nos toque a todos, y a partir de ahí trabajar en red, porque insisto que los problemas que atañen, sean de ruralidad, sean de temas de climatología, sea cualquier tipo de topics de este tipo de temas, están compartidos por otras entidades similares a las nuestras. Y ya sí que voy terminando, vicerrector. Lo que quería dejar claro es que en este nuevo periodo no hay que perder de vista de ninguna manera lo que son las prioridades transversales que afectan a todos los programas europeos y que afectan a esos fondos de recuperación del que estamos escuchando cada día en los medios de comunicación. Entonces, cualquier proyecto, sea de ciudadanía, sea el vuestro en el ámbito del Erasmus+, sea el nuestro de cultura, tiene que integrar en sus iniciativas tres grandes temas. El Green Deal, el tema del Pacto Verde, el tema del género y el tema de la exclusión social. Cómo llegar a colectivos, puesto que hablamos de temas de ruralidad, cómo llegar a colectivos a través de las nuevas tecnologías, como es la digitalización. Entonces, estos tres conceptos sí que es verdad que sí que es más que necesario que lo integréis en vuestras iniciativas, y a partir de ahí empezar a trabajar. Contactad a los puntos nacionales de información, que para eso estamos y para eso tenemos ese mandato. Y me ha hecho gracia porque hoy se habla del paquete 6, que es la jerga que estamos todos utilizando. A partir de ahora todos los programas se van a articular a bases de paquetes de trabajo, el paquete de gestión. No sé muy bien cómo se llamaba, desgraciadamente, ahora me lo aclararéis, pero hay paquetes de gestión de todo tipo de plan de medios, de todo lo que concierna un poco a la filosofía del proyecto. Y una vez que se integra esa estructura y ese modo de trabajar y esa dinámica, bueno, pues se va a emplear en todos los programas que pueden ser de su interés, entre los que se encuentra el CERF, que es el que hoy he intentado promover aquí y en el que me gustaría que participase. Gracias.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Augusto. Seguro que todos habremos tomado buena nota. Yo, de hecho, ya he ido echando una mirada a Dafne y las otras posibilidades que abre este programa de ciudadanía, igualdad, derechos y valores. Il prossimo intervento ci porta a Torino, dove la professoressa Marinella Belluati dell'Università degli Studi di Torino, al Dipartimento di Cultura Politica e Società, è sociologa, è specializzata in comunicazione europea pubblica e politica, se non sbaglio. Ci parlerà di Communicate in Europe to Create Citizenship. Hai la parola, Marinella, e tante grazie per il tuo contributo.
Good morning to all participants at this very, very important conference and to this very important project, UNITA. I'm very honored to be involved. I'm very sad not to be here. Unfortunately, the situation is not so clear, and I'm in Torino, and I try to present my my work. I'm Marinella Belluati from Turin, and I'm the coordinator of a Jean Monnet module COEUR, Communicating Europe. And now I will present some general theoretical framework of my study. I try to share my screen. Okay. You see, perfect. I launch the presentation. I would like to introduce my speech with some quotation of important voices that are studied, reflected on the European integration processes, are important cultural and normative voices. I start with Edgar Morin, that says, European identity often appear more as a tumultuous disorder than an integrated processes. Pippa Norris says, European culture has always presented itself as a polycentric and polymorphous space made up of cultural, religion, geographical and political diversity. And at the end, the most important voices of Jürgen Habermas that reflecting on European integration processes says, the process of European integration must not be a spasmodic search to build common roots. It cannot only by philosophical condition or economical rationality that keep Europe together, but what must work is the possibility for different social identity to access rights. These quotation, these voices represent the complexity of European integration processes, and the history of trust in Europe is a sequence of stops and starts. In a current time, for example, from economic crisis in 2008 to more recent pandemic situation, the level of trust in EU having a fluctuating trend. Paradoxically, the recent sanitarian crisis and the big plan of resilience are giving more power to the European integration processes. And European institutions are trying to relaunch a new vision of Europe. I remember the Conference for the Future of Europe of the Bauhaus Europe are not only symbolic program, but could be very substantial opportunity to relaunch a new idea of Europe. Europe is an horizon in terms of democracy and social value. A bank against the drift towards some illiberal tendencies, I hope, integralism, authoritarianism, conspiracy, and against the perverse effect of new form of aggressive capitalism. From my point of view, the media action is one of the most important factors to defend the quality of democracy. A high quality media system that can hold the government, social and political power brought to account is essential for democracy and the promotion of European identity. However, over recent decades, news media has faced unprecedented challenges, including the rise of digital media and the increasing presence of misinformation in the public discourses. The main reasons is a lack of European public sphere, firstly due to a persistent democratic deficit that has the counterbalance in information ones. In my presentation, I will examine this media landscape and the risk, but also the opportunities being posed for European integration. Sorry. For me, it's crucial the definition of what is the European public sphere. Habermas is the first author that defined the concept of public sphere, but I would like to refer to Fossum and Eriksson's definition that for me are very, very important in my studies. European public sphere is a shared space for free communication that is secured by the right of and freedom of expression and association, where issues emerge and are thematized, where opinions and ideas increase, helping decision-making agency and to make decisions. It's very important, this concept, because summarize a complex idea of European public sphere. European, what must do the European public sphere? Habermas said that a public sphere should be a democratic, affordable place where individuals can discuss issues of collective interest. And European public sphere is a communicative space of debating for social integration and political value. But European public sphere is a multi-level regulatory plan that involves the national, supranational, local, regional level altogether, and involve a multi-actor network for public, political, and private sector. European public sphere should be an idea of a post-national identity that not cancel other kind of identity. And for this is need for the European public sphere to have a European media system integrated. Until now, in the European public space are functioning through different communication models. The first major is a domestic idea of public sphere Europeanized, where national media and political agenda put European matter in a national perspective, and the role of Europe remains in the second stage. The main media national coverage usually focus your attention on the national leader involved in Europe. The second model is minor, but very, very interesting to create European integration and European citizen, is the growing of a Europeanization of a public sphere. And what is this concept? public sphere Europeanized is a public sphere when the ground of European economic, social, and financial power produced European narrative and European frames, and where European leaders are able to influence a European agenda. I think to the role of the President of Commission, von der Leyen, that are trying to using their place, their position, to spread this idea that there is a leadership in Europe and not a national one. The role of communication, from my point of view, is crucial to create European integration, but is a complex to understand what is the European communication in terms of institutional balance, supranational power, communication environment, and also in a linguistic factor. It's very difficult to imagine what a European communication to occur. The new digital society is representing a new challenge and a new communication opportunity at the same. In this scenario, the role of EU public communication is considered relevant in two different ways. First, to create a cognitive capital reinforcing common value and producing public and social good. And second, to improve deliberative democracy and public engagement practices. European institutions are trying to define policy recommendation, guideline to improve, to involve all media, national media system in a good communication about Europe. In the recommendation, European institutions recommend that the news about Europe must be debated at the same time and with a similar attention in each member state. And also, the European issue must be more relevant, should be more relevant in every member state. It does not happen, I don't know in Spanish, but in Italian, the coverage of European action is very, very poor, is very, very wrong in some way. And also the European decisional action must be more visible and more clear. It must be should be more explained to the public opinion. Maybe this idea of transnationality community should be well explained to the public opinion. Is not an obstacle for other kind of identity or national traditional level. And the public narrative about Europe should use a European frame to explain the complexity of globalization, of the complexity of the current situation. I think about the sanitarian crisis is very important to explain. Is not only a local or national question, is a global question, and in this frame, the information, the news must be intervened to explain, to well explain. But European institutions suggest also to use a critical gaze to improve, to stimulate a constructive action towards European action. And the last, the policy recommendation recommend to avoid using Europe as a scapegoat to cover up the failure of national policy. And the end, over the past 20 years, much has changed in the media communication environment at the global level. not only at the national or local level. Digitalization, platformization, algorithmization have produced a deep change in a social structure. In order to better understand this complexity, it's necessary to have national media system well more integrated in a European media one. It's very important for the national media system to insert their news production in a more general framework, European framework. EU institutions have greatly invested in its public and political communication, as demonstrated by the high number of regulatory acts, guidelines, often forces resistance of the member states. To help bolster media in Europe and promote democracy, the European Commission has launched twin initiatives, the European Democracy Action Plan and the European Media Action Plan. These plans are strictly interrelated, with the aim to empower citizens and build a more resilient democracies across the EU, standing up to challenge to our democratic system for rising extremism and perceived distance between people and political. This action plan should promote free and fair election, for example, strengthen media freedom and counter disinformation. More concretely, the European Commission will propose legal action on political advertising that will address the sponsor of paid content and producing and distribution channel, including online platforms. There are a crucial role, the online platform, to create information and misinformation in the European public space, and clarify their respective responsibility in creating misinformation or good information. I would like to close my intervention with the voices of the President of Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, where he launched the two action plan. She says, with the digital revolution underway, citizens must be able to choose where views can be expressed freely. Facts have to be distinguished from fiction, and free media and civil society must be able to participate in an open debate, free from malign interference. Therefore, in the EU is taking action to make our democracy in the EU more resilient. Thank you for your attention. Gracias and grazie per l'attenzione.
Sì. Grazie tante Marinella per il tuo intervento. Mi sembra che non ci sono domande, allora estamos un poquito por adelantado respecto del tiempo del break, pero si no hay ninguna pregunta podemos pasar directamente a la pausa. Y en tal caso nos veríamos de nuevo aquí online o en presencia a las 11:30 en punto, perdón, a las 12 en punto, las 11:30 son ahora casi, en la sesión que moderará la profesora Albesa, aquí presente, de modo que muchas gracias por haber participado en esta primera sesión del Congreso y dentro de 35 minutos exactamente reanudamos la sesión. Muchas gracias.
Buenos días de nuevo. Vamos a retomar las comunicaciones tras la pausa y tenemos el placer de presentar a Carle Bonafou-Murat, que es el Senior Liaison Officer of the French Rectors Conference and Head of CPU's Brussels Office. Él nos va a hablar con una intervención titulada Inclusion, Participation and Retention, Ways of Succeeding in Higher Education. Tenemos el placer de recibir a Carle de manera online, así que cuando quiera, Carle. Ahora lo recibiremos. Debido a unos pequeños problemas de conexión, vamos a tardar unos minutitos en retomar las jornadas tras esta pausa. Gracias.
Good morning.
Ahora sí, retomamos de nuevo las comunicaciones, las ponencias, tras nuestra pausa a café. Y tenemos aquí el placer de presentar a Carle Bonafou-Murat, que es Senior Liaison Officer of the French Rectors Conference and Head of CPU's Brussels Office, que nos va a presentar una intervención titulada Inclusion, Participation and Retention, Ways of Succeeding in Higher Education. Tenemos el placer de saludar al señor Bonafou de manera online. Bienvenido, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. Can you hear me, first of all? Can you hear me properly? Yes?
Perfect.
Is that all right if I speak in English?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you to all the participants, and thank you to UNITA for inviting me. I must say that I'm particularly pleased to have been invited by UNITA, which I begin to know well, quite well, but it's one of the European universities with which I'm most familiar these days. If you don't mind, I have slightly modified the title of this talk, because when I began to think of it very seriously, I thought that this issue of inclusion, this issue of social participation, this issue of equality needed to be dealt with from a slightly different perspective. And I thought that the issue of equality within mobility and through the prism of mobility would be perhaps more appropriate for the theme of your one-day conference. So if that's not a problem, I have finally chosen as a title, social inclusion and the bottlenecks of mobility, the bottlenecks, that is, the problems raised by mobility from a social angle. And I would like to point out as a starting, how long do I have, Mr. Salinas? Is that 20 minutes, 30 minutes? Or it's up to me.
No, the whole participation is around 1 hour, so you have 20, 30, or even 40 if you want, and we will make a debate after.
That's right. The Bologna process and the work carried out. The work carried out by the Bologna follow-up group has consistently centered on the social dimension of higher education, and many communiques produced at the end of the ministerial conferences have stressed the societal aspiration that student completing higher education studies should correspond to the distribution of categories within society. That is, that the student population should reflect the distribution of society at large. And therefore, the Paris Communiqué of 2018 stressed in particular the necessity of involving underrepresented categories and vulnerable groups within higher education policies. I would like to stress that mobility and student mobility should be taken and should be considered as an item which is of specific importance as regard social inclusion, and that many studies have reaffirmed that the problems raised by mobility are problems pertaining to questions of social inclusion and economic equality, and therefore this is going to be the main line of my speech. That is, how can we relate social inclusion and student mobility, and what are the problems which this particular connection, what are the problems raised by this particular connection? And that's why I have entitled this speech, Social Inclusion and the Bottlenecks of Mobility. And I have chosen to concentrate on two bottlenecks, two problems, what I have called the outgoing bottleneck of mobility and the incoming bottleneck of mobility. That is, what are the problems that leaving one's university or one's country raise, and what are the problems posed by inclusion in your host institution or your host country. What about the outgoing bottleneck? Just a few figures as a starting point, figures which are somewhat contradictory. First of all, I'd like to stress something which is obvious, that Erasmus is probably the greatest success story of the European Commission, and that today it is usually considered that about 10 million students have benefited from the Erasmus program since its launch in 1987, which is a very important figure. But on the other hand, this figure only represents 0.7% of the whole population. 10 million versus 1.7%. This throws a different light on the program, and it has been pointed out that most of the difficulties which students face in order to choose to go abroad, most of the reasons behind low participation are related to the economic capacity of the majority of students. That is, their inability to have the proper means of traveling abroad. This is primarily a problem of financial resources, and it is a problem that has been addressed in various ways, but which still requires careful consideration. Satisfactory for most universities, and would seem to allow to provide an effective answer to the existing demand of the academic community. But yet a significant number of students do not choose to go abroad because they do not have the financial support needed to complement the grant awarded by the program. So this issue is really one of inclusion and one also of diversity, because the students who generally are unable to find the complementary means in order to support themselves and go abroad, those students are usually underrepresented in the prevailing categories of students who go abroad. The figure I got, and which is quite telling, I believe, is that 58% of non-mobile students identified uncertainty about the costs as the most important reason for not going abroad. 58% identified cost problems as the primary reason for not going abroad. So I would like to mention the fact that an Erasmus Plus project has just been launched, of which CPU, the French Rectors Conference, is part. This project will try and find means of calculating a new, more inclusive grant in order for students to travel abroad. What are the new determinants of grant calculation needed in order to have a more inclusive approach to the problem of student mobility? This is a project which is led by the University of Porto, and which involves several universities and several actors which are key stakeholders in higher education today, and all of those institutions are also members of European universities, and therefore they have a vested interest in trying to work out new solutions for student mobility. So this issue of economic, the economic costs of mobility is center stage and should be addressed in the first place through new means of calculating grants and the complementary resources in order to for students to support themselves when they go abroad. So this is what I would call the outgoing bottleneck, the bottleneck on the way out, if I may rephrase the problem like this. Now, I would like to move on to the incoming bottleneck, which I have identified and which I would like to discuss with you, and a bottleneck which may be of particular interest to UNITA as a European universities, because it relates to the issue of the regional impact of student mobility and a more focused approach to student mobility. I mean, an approach distinct from the national one, which usually prevails. So this incoming bottleneck deals mainly with the possibility for students who go abroad to find employment in the area where the host institution is located and in the region where the host institution is located. This implies that student mobility may be linked to labor mobility. The implication between student mobility and labor mobility is one that I believe should be addressed very seriously. That is, when students go abroad and especially find a place in a host institution where they stay for 1 year or even for more, this may lead on to the possibility of staying and working in the place where they've been able to find a program which is suited to their needs. And this issue should be posed and raised at the regional level in particular, as the attraction and retention of students can increase the pool of highly skilled human capital that is available for the workforce and can play an influential role in regional development and growth. This is a quotation taken from a report published by the Joint Research Center of the European Commission in 2017. The attraction and retention of students can increase the pool of highly skilled human capital that is available for the workforce and can play an influential role in regional development and growth. So student mobility and the benefits of student mobility show that studying abroad helps a student to cope more successfully with the increasing international dimensions at work in labor mobility and with career enhancement and career development, so that the number of months spent studying abroad increases the probability of working abroad in later life. It has been demonstrated that the more months you spend abroad, the more likely you are to be able to work in the host region afterwards. This is an equivalent that has been studied in some of Erasmus impact studies in particular studies analyzing the effects of student mobility on individual skills, employability, and institutional development. The longer the stay, the better the possibility of finding oneself in a position to have a job and to find employment abroad. And this is probably also one of the aims that European universities should try and reach. And in order to end this this perspective, to end this analysis, I'd like to make one or two comparisons between the system which I know best, which is the French system, and a few systems taken from the English-speaking world. I'd like to establish one or two comparisons with countries which belong to the English-speaking world, but I'm not referring here to either the United States or the UK or Australia. I'd like to establish comparisons with two countries which are less often referred to, but which have interesting legislations in terms of student retention and in terms of student acceptance in the long term. Those two countries which I like to mention are those of New Zealand and Ireland. I've tried to establish comparisons with the possibilities of working in such countries after getting a degrees for international students, and the same possibility in France. And my findings show that in countries such as New Zealand and Ireland, there is a kind of equivalence between the number of months spent studying for a degree and the number of months that a student can stay on in the same country in order to either find a job, create a firm, in other words, in order to find a stable situation in the workforce of that country. If you spend 24 months for a master's degree or 3 years for a doctoral degree, you'll be allowed to have 24 months or 36 months in order to find a job and to find a proper situation in the host country. This is something that is quite remarkable and is quite significant. It is similar, by the way, in countries such as Canada, in which you can have a duration equivalent to that of the training received in order to look for a work position. And surprisingly enough, this is not the same in France. In 2018, in September 2018, a new act was passed, which was called Asile et Immigration, Asylum and Immigration. And in this act, the equivalent between the number of months spent for a degree and the number of months spent that you're allowed to spend in order to seek for a job or to start a new firm, for instance, a tech firm, to take one example. There's no such equivalence between the length of the degree and the length of the stay. It is limited in the act I've just referred to. It is limited to 12 months only, which seems surprisingly low compared with those other two countries from the English-speaking world, which I've been referring to. And this is just to show that the issue of inclusion at the other end of the spectrum, you know, when you come to study abroad with the aim of finding a proper situation, at the other end of the spectrum, there are still efforts to be made in order to achieve some kind of all-encompassing European situation. There are still efforts to be made in order to be able to reach a kind of consensus within Europe. And this is as much a problem of inclusion as the problem of inclusion and the problem of economic pressure on outgoing students is a problem of serious concern. So I believe that in our reflection in the years to come on how to increase student mobility and through the increase of student mobility on how to improve social inclusion, student retention, we should take into account those two aspects, the outgoing problem, but also the incoming problem, the problem of having the proper means of leaving one's institution and one's country in order to study abroad, but also the problems of finding the proper working conditions and the proper stay conditions in order for a student to achieve a proper inclusion. So we have to take both ends of the problem into account in order to achieve inclusion. So thank you for listening to me. I believe that we have time for questions, and I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carle Bonafumurat. ¿Tenemos alguna pregunta en el chat online?
Sí. Elena, si no lo hubiera, yo querría plantear una.
En todo caso, si alguien tuviera alguna pregunta y la quisiera hacer más tarde, la puede poner en el chat y al final de la mañana la podemos retomar y hacerlas todas juntas. Damos por finalizada esta sesión número 1. Vamos a la...
Sí, pero como no me escucha...
¿Sergio?
Sí, ¿se me escucha?
Sí.
¿Sí? ¿Se me escucha bien? Bueno,
sí, adelante.
Pues, bueno, antes de nada, quiero agradecer al señor Bonafú su participación con nosotros. Desde, digamos, esta colaboración, todas las colaboraciones tienen mucho mérito, pero esta desde el lado francés tiene un valor especial, porque al fin y al cabo este proyecto tiene un origen que viene de Francia, el proyecto de universidades europeas, me refiero, y nos ha estado planteando una serie de cuestiones que me parecen muy importantes y que además son complementarias y que llevan a que atendamos a todos esos cuellos de botella a los que él aludía. Me gustaría plantearle, bueno, desde España vemos cómo en el marco de las universidades francesas sí que hay unos esfuerzos por ayudar, por ejemplo, desde ese punto de vista financiero, que son muy relevantes. Me gustaría que me dijese cuál es la percepción que tiene, teniendo en cuenta su posición central dentro del sistema universitario francés, respecto de la participación en estas alianzas del conjunto de universidades francesas. Quiero decir, si ha percibido que haya algún tipo de déficit geográfico, si son las grandes universidades. ¿Cuál es su percepción de la participación francesa en este proyecto de universidades europeas? Muchísimas gracias.
Do you expect me to answer straight away? Can I have a bit of translation? I got half of what you said, but there were one or two words which escaped me. So if I could have a bit of translation just to make sure.
Unfortunately, malheureusement, nous ne pouvons pas parler français parce que il y a trop de langues à l'univers UNITA, donc il faut faire ça en français.
Je veux bien parler en français, il n'y a pas de problème.
Non, ça n'est pas un problème pour vous, c'est un problème pour les gens qui se trouvent à la salle ou même d'une façon virtuelle.
Vous voulez répéter votre question en français? Je répondrai en anglais. Si
oui, bien sûr. Je disais que, tenant compte votre position dans le système universitaire français, dans la conférence des recteurs des universités françaises, quelle est votre opinion à propos de la participation des universités françaises dans tous ces projets d'alliance européenne? Je veux dire, si vous savez noter une sorte de clivage du point de vue géographique ou...
géographique, je ne sais pas. Je peux noter que des clivages ou des... Oui, pas sorry, I'm going to switch back to English if that's preferable. Sorry about this.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Yes, I've noticed a few differences between some alliances and between some French higher education institutions, for instance, as regards the issue of whether there should be special registration fees for students in European universities. This is a very important issue in France because the fees are quite low and they are established nationally on a yearly basis. And some universities say that because of mobility, the fees should be higher because mobility is more expensive, and that if you get a national degree, it's one thing. If you get a European degree, which necessitates to travel to several countries, well, then there should be an additional fee specifically for that. Whereas other universities and other French higher education institutions believe that whatever the system, whatever the combination, the fees should remain the national fees, which of course makes things difficult. And it makes things difficult even in awarding grants in order to go abroad, because some places, it's obvious, it's more expensive to live in some places than in others. So these are some of the discrepancies that I've been able to notice. And this is probably in keeping with the problem of fees and registration fees. But one other difference between French universities and others, which I've been able to notice, is the question of knowing whether there should be a European degree, sorry, no, not in the plural. That is to say, some really say that it's the main aim, that it should be today's aim for European universities, making it possible to set up a European degree which would be delivered by the European university as a whole. Others are, either not really concerned about the problem or even feel that it would be a mistake to try and work out a degree which would be awarded by the European University as a single entity. Of course, establishing courses in common, this is not an issue, but having a common degree, which is more than a double or a triple degree, 1 degree for the whole European university. This is not something that all institutions in France share. This is not a name that is shared by all French institutions at the moment.
Gracias, muchísimas gracias. Aclaro en un minuto, la pregunta era porque, como hemos dicho al principio, la Alianza UNITA tiene una característica geográfica muy determinada y lo que pretende es compensar ciertas limitaciones mayores de quienes estamos en la periferia respecto de quienes están más centrados geográficamente en este proceso de construcción europea, y concretamente los dos miembros franceses de nuestra alianza, que son extraordinariamente activos, pero comparten con nosotros esos requisitos, y no es su caso, pero a lo mejor en el resto sí que tenía la curiosidad por saber si hay una cierta diferencia entre quienes están en el centro o cerca de la frontera, fronteras, digamos, centrales del proceso de construcción europea, o quienes, como nosotros, pues estamos un poco más en la periferia. Pero creo que la respuesta es muy clarificadora. Muchísimas gracias. Elena, cuando te parezca.
Muchísimas gracias. Creo que no hay más preguntas en el chat, así que vamos a pasar a la segunda sesión de la mañana, cuya chair va a ser nuestra compañera Ana Yetano Sánchez de Muniain. Muchas gracias.
Buenos días a todos. Vamos a esperar unos minutos para así llevar bien el horario y procederemos a la siguiente presentación. Bueno, me dicen que como ya tenemos aquí a nuestro invitado podemos comenzar. Antes de darle paso, me gustaría, pues, en primer lugar, agradecer al catedrático Silvio Eugene Rogobete su participación en esta jornada. Es una persona con una amplia formación internacional, que no solo es catedrático en la Universidad del Oeste de Timisoara y director de su escuela de doctorado, sino que también cuenta con una carrera diplomática que le ha permitido, entre otras cuestiones, ser cónsul general de Rumanía en Sudáfrica. Por tanto, será un placer escucharle con toda su formación previa y sus publicaciones previas en el área de derechos humanos, filosofía, etcétera, etcétera. La presentación que él nos trae hoy es sobre el ciudadano europeo y sobre cómo el ciudadano europeo maneja esas tensiones entre esa lealtad a su nacionalidad y esa lealtad a la Unión Europea. Tendrás unos 30 minutos para la presentación y luego pues dejaremos unos minutos para el debate. Muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros y cuando quieras puedes comenzar.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me. Is the sound working?
It's perfect. It's perfect, Silvio.
Thank you very much, Sergio. Thank you very much for a very generous introduction. I feel honored, and I'm very glad that I understood 90% of what it was said, although I don't speak Spanish. But obviously, referring to me and being about myself, I got maybe almost everything, 90% of the presentation, which was very honoring, and in a sense, it raised the stakes a bit too high. and the expectations be too high, but I hope I will be able to make a contribution to this extremely timely and important debate on European citizenship, European Union citizenship. Let me try to share my screen. We are here, okay. Please confirm that the screen is seen. Yes, I can. You can see the screen, yes? Is that okay? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sergio. Well, yes, I would like to address a few of the tensions between national and European allegiance or loyalty. I will just give an outline. I'm not going to do everything that is on this outline. I'll go through just a few of the issues that are here with an introduction, and I would like to look a little bit at the question of citizenship, more from a theoretical but rather basic perspective, in order to clarify what is at stake when we talk about double citizenship. And then I'd like to look at some of the European Union national states' obligations towards citizens. And then I would like to revisit the question of citizenship and loyalty or allegiance. And for that matter, in terms of, by way of introduction, I would like to point a few things that are perhaps common knowledge, but I would like to remind you about and remind ourselves about in the sense that it will hopefully clarify the complexity of the issue at stake when we discuss about European citizenship, European Union citizenship, and national citizenship. And the first thing that we need to remember, to remind ourselves, is the fact that Europe is actually a very interesting concept. It's both an idea and an ongoing political institutional project, which complicates things tremendously, because it is something on the one hand that we know from and about since the very early stages of what we can call European culture and the roots of the European culture. The concept comes from Greek mythology, and it goes all the way back, and it travels with us along through history, along the way into which it led at a certain point to the building of an institutional project which is actually multi-layered. Because when you talk about Europe as an idea, we'll discuss a little bit about that. It's a complex concept that goes all the way back through history. When we talk about Europe as an institutional project, we must remind ourselves again that yes, we are members of the European Union, but this is not the only institutional project that runs under the label, under the umbrella of the idea of Europe. We have the Council of Europe, for that matter, which is a very, very strong and important institutional project, political project, that has a very, very powerful, significant role in building our identities. I can only point you to the European Court of Human Rights and to the fact that European citizens of states that are signatories of the European Convention of Human Rights or member of the Council of Europe are protected by a system of law that goes beyond the strengths and the powers of the national states from which they belong, to which they belong. Actually, in that respect, the European citizen or the citizen of a member state of the Council of Europe has equal value in terms of international jurisdiction with the state. At the same level, we are placed at the same level as subjects of law, as subjects of international law. So there are various political projects that are, in a sense, competing for the idea of Europeanness and Europe. That's why I think we need to be clear with that in mind as well when we discuss about Europe. I will restrain my discussion on the European Union as a political project, as an institutional project, and I'll remind ourselves that it is actually a very unique project, and it's perhaps the first one in human history. There was never such an attempt to build a so-called coalition family of nations, of sovereign nations, under the umbrella of a very ambitious project that somehow intends to replicate a number of elements that are definitory towards questions of national identity. Because our discussion of European citizenship, European Union citizenship, from a very legal perspective, comes in a sense along the lines, sometimes in competition with, but sometimes complementary to, what we all have as national citizenship identities. That's why it is a very ambitious project. It is a sexy project. It is a very attractive, I hope it still is a very attractive project, for the very fact that it provides security, safetiness, space centered on human dignity. We all remember, particularly coming from the eastern side of Europe, from the former Eastern Bloc, how much we wanted to belong to this family of values and the family of countries. And accession processes are still ongoing. There are countries that aspire to become members of the European Union. Not to talk about the incredible pressures we have at the borders from migration side. We are a magnet. We are still here. We are still powerful. The European Union still has a power that is being seen and real. And it is normative power at the moment. And I think this needs to be kept. And that's what I want to address, the question of how can we strengthen this power? How can we make the European Union a stronger presence on the international arena? How can we build a citizenship that it's not only technical and not only based on possibilities to travel from one place to another or to be employed and everything that we are told, and are very important elements of our citizenship as European Union citizens, but also build some sort of loyalty, deeper and deeper levels of loyalty, because my thesis is that unless there is trust built between the institutions and the citizens, there is no way to strengthen our entity, be it national or European Union entity, which is what we will see a competing in a sense, but also complementary reality as we are citizens with double citizenship. So my thesis is both the two sides, the state or the political entity, in this case, Brussels and the European Union elites, and the citizens need to build trust in each other. And unless there is trust, there is no proper citizenship. So I'll just go for quite quickly through some of the some theoretical elements related to citizenship. Obviously, it's a 20 minutes address, maybe maximum 25 minutes address. I put my timer here, so it will let me know when I'm reaching the end. But basically, I cannot cover the whole thing, and I'm not looking too exhaustively on these issues. I'm just surfing the surface and picking up what I think is crucial in order to understand the tensions between loyalties or loyalties given towards our national identities, but also towards the newer identity which we are in a sense attending to, which is the European Union citizenship. So I'll just talk about citizenship, and from the very beginning, we need to clarify that citizenship, it might be based on values, it might be based on ideals and ideas and identities, but at the end of the day, it is a legal term. It is a legal term defining, in legal terms, the relationship between an individual and a political actor. In our case, as we'll see, it's complicated because it's double, but it's a political actor. Let's call it state or political actor for the sake of theorizing, of working theoretically, in a sense, in abstract. So the citizen is legally bound to the state or to the political actor, usually through a social contract, through a legal system. And this legal contract, like any contract, this social contract, like any contract, it involves a two-way relationship, which is legally based somehow, but it must go and it will go. It always goes beyond legality and beyond legal issues, beyond the written contract, and it moves into a wider, larger contract, which is the social contract, which involves not only the legal system, but also allegiances, also various forms of expressing expressing care from both sides. So what we have in a two-way relationship, what I mean by this is that on the one hand, the state or the political entity has obligations towards the individual. There are some obligations which are enshrined in the legal system, and basically they are to provide security, to provide empowerment to the citizens, and to provide a fair context to flourish or to pursue one's ideals, values, belief systems. Is to create a space in which people will feel secure, in which citizens will feel empowered, in which citizens will feel free to follow their ideals, their value systems. As we'll see, the moment these things are touched, the problems are coming. So on the one hand, the state has obligations to provide these kind of elements. On the other hand, the citizen has to respond in a way or another. And that's why we talk about rights and obligations of the citizen, which are, again, legally enshrined, but also they can move beyond, and they must move beyond legal issues, not against legal issues, don't get me wrong, but beyond it, above it. There must be something more that involves the loyalty of the citizen in order to build a strong political entity. So basically, the individuals are bound or have rights and obligations. I mentioned they respect the rule of law, but then also show allegiance and trust. And we trust and allegiance contribute to the consolidation of the state. It is only through this response that we can close the circle, we can strengthen the political entity. The citizens will strengthen the political identity if they trust the political identity, because only if they trust it, they'll get involved, they'll share the burdens, and ultimately they'll sacrifice themselves. Can we talk about that? Obviously we did talk in our national historical identity building narratives, and sometimes not only narratives, but also realities. We all have heroes in our nations. That is what total allegiance, total loyalty means. It's all about. Is that the aim for the European Union? I don't know. Perhaps, yes, it must be the higher the stakes, the better. But all I'm trying to say here is that the citizen must feel protected, empowered, and represented by the state. And if this is what the feeling is, and if this is what the reality is, then the citizen is ready to pay back, to contribute, to consolidate, to close the circle. And one thing that we need to keep from this is the fact that loyalty and allegiance is fundamentally and ultimately based on trust. And we need to remember this from both sides of the circle, being part of the political elite or being part of the citizens, and we are both sometimes. Sometimes we play both roles. Sometimes some of us will be both a political elite or decision maker and the citizen. So we need to remind ourselves that we need to create an environment in which both of us feel responsible, both sides feel responsible, but also both sides build trust in each other. Because when trust is weakened, allegiance is weakened, and in turn, the political entity, the state, is weakened. And here, the first little lesson we have also is that the less the state delivers its obligations, the weaker the allegiance of its citizen. It is a mathematical almost connection here. It's a very, very directly functional, very often, very rarely, if ever, a state that does not provide any of these important elements to the citizens will manage to harness proper commitment, proper loyalty from their citizens. And obviously that will mean the state, the entity, the political entity will weaken. Now, what is the problem with the EU and the national citizen? First, I wanted to call this the new kid in town. The EU citizen is a very, very, very young kid. We're talking about 1992, the moment since we've started discussing and legally were given the opportunity to become members of citizens of the European Union. And again, difference, be careful, it's a different story, the idea of belonging to Europe or the idea of being a European to the idea of being a citizen of the European Union. This young kid, this young girl, it's caught between the EU and the nation state, and there are tensions. And there are tensions coming from two directions. From the two actors that are involved in this story, there are tensions between on the one hand, the deeply rooted values that the national states and their narratives have already had time to build towards leading towards a powerful, strong commitment, strong allegiance. That's why national identity is somehow so deeply rooted. That's why we see so many movements inside Europe on the radical side building on nationalism and national identity, but also far from the extreme in the middle. You also have a lot of commitment towards the nation state. It's simply a matter of maturity and age. It is a very old story. We are building on these narratives for years and years and years. What you can see is that there are tensions even between different sides of Europe, different parts of Europe. And I just point you to the Pew Research for the project and the statistics 2018, and you'll see the really somehow worrying divide between Eastern and Western countries, including inside the European Union, but also in the wider Europe as well, based on religion, on social values, acceptance of alterity. And we know the story, we know what we are talking here. So these are tensions rooted in terms of some sort of essentialist approach to citizenship and identity. But then there are also tensions between somehow the overlapping, I would say both overlapping, competing, and sometimes contrasting responsibilities and obligations of, on the one hand, the nation states to which we pay allegiance as citizens, and the European Union political apparatus, the Brussels elites, towards the citizen also needs to pay allegiance and to give allegiance and to give some sort of loyalty, and to build loyalty if we are expecting to strengthen the union. So in this respect, we can talk about various ways in which the states follow a certain kind of policies, a certain kind of interest, a certain set of values. We live in democratic regimes in which political parties compete at national level, and we have various kinds of political emphases and the strengths leading at one time, and those may be changing through democratic elections. We only have, let's think of Germany now, shifting somehow. We'll see what the implications are in terms of discourse at the level of national, pursuing national interests. This is something absolutely natural, absolutely normal, and that's exactly what we celebrate, the variety of interests, which in a sense are somehow asking the citizen towards a certain set of loyalties, while the European Union at Brussels can be driven by different ideals, or not necessarily ideals, but different policies, according to the democratic moves that are shaping the political machinery of Brussels. So this can be competitive at some times, overlapping at others, but sometimes even contrasting. Brussels would want to do something that a national state would feel through its political leadership of that particular moment in time would feel this, it goes very much against their interests. So the citizen is the same. The citizen is in the middle. The citizen is both European citizen, European Union citizen, and also national citizen. Where do we go? What I feel here is that, and I would like to point to the fact that let's look on the bright side and say the citizen is free to move between, like from the left to the right in its choices. I'm very happy that as a Romanian, I belong, for instance, to the European Union, and I have places to go if I feel that my government doesn't do what it's worthy, what it should do in terms of providing empowerment, belonging, safetyness. I have a place to go. And the other way around, somehow we need to be very careful. If Brussels does something that goes against those elements, the citizen will shift, will move towards the higher allegiance, towards the state, towards the national state, where the citizen feels more empowered, more belonging, and more protected. So these are inevitable tensions at the level of allegiance. Where do I go? Usually I go where I feel protected, where I feel at home, where I feel that I'm empowered. And that's, I think, the important lesson we have to learn from this thing is that if governments and political entities do not, and for that matter, the European Union apparatus does not fulfill its call, there are possibilities, and there are always movements from one place to another. The thing that we need to bear in mind is that tensions amplify, particularly when citizens feel threatened at their core system of values. We function in this way. It's our psychological, socio-psychological, and in a sense philosophical ways of perceiving our identities, that we cannot live in an environment that is not conducive to safetyness, not conducive to empowerment, and in an environment that makes us feel aliens, makes us feel that we don't belong. And that's why all these elements are related to a core system of values to which, if we feel we are attacked in, then our trust decreases. And this decrease in trust, it's a very, very dangerous reality, particularly in our highly competitive, but I will also say highly conflictual international environment. It's not only competitive, but it is conflictual. We are aware that we are in a world in which there are powers that have different interests, and they follow different interests which come into conflict. And in that respect, we are all aware that the European Union is a growing power. It's a maturing, hopefully becoming more and more of an adult international competitor, and we are a target. As the European Union, we are a massive target for such hostile actors, and usually hostile actors, and this comes from security studies, usually they look for this kind of lack of trust, and when they see a crack in the trust between the citizen and the political entity, be it European Union, be it the national identity, they will use any means to crack it. There is any means to enter that crack, and that's if trust decreases, then there are various levels. You can be just simply disengaged. You can say, I don't care about this anymore. I don't want to go to elections. I don't care of what's happening. They are the same people. They have their own agenda. We don't care. All the way to really the points of radicalization, which are very dangerous. And that's why hostile actors are active. It's not something that I need to convince you about. You are all, most of us are not only physical citizens. We are people living in cyberspace as well, like we are doing right now. We know our social media profiles. We know how our countries and how our ideals and how our allegiances are being continuously under attack and manipulation in order to do what? In order to break the trust we have in our political entities, in this case, concrete terms, in our national identity, but also in our European Union identity. And very often what happens, as we all know, is that such attacks from hostile actors work the two against each other, work the allegiance we have towards our national state against our allegiance we have towards the European Union, and the other way around. So it's basically a place in which there are major risks. The moment we accept being played on this key of cracking allegiance or building hatred and distrust towards one of the two elements that are given our citizenship, we are in a position of danger, and we are not only ourselves in danger, but we actually endanger our own political entities as such. So just to give an example, obviously I'm not attempting to talk about all the obligations that the two elements that constitute our or request our allegiance. That is something a totally different study. What I'm trying to do is just to give an example of, for instance, some obligations that both EU and national states should be careful in trying to provide. And I start from what are the expectations from, for instance, by looking at what Europeans, your citizens, value. I just looked at the very recent, it was referred to today in the earlier interventions, the Eurobarometer run by the European Union on values and identities of the EU citizens. It's 2020, it's a very fresh study. And I picked up, you can pick up almost anything from that. It is a very, very thorough assessment, quantitative assessment of the question of values, identities, and EU citizenship. So major resource for research, by the way. But basically, I just picked up what are the most important personal values for the EU citizens. What do they feel like they want to have? What do they value most? And what they don't value so much? And it is surprising in a sense, because as we can see here, a clear majority of EU citizens, basically I'm showing this in order to see, is the EU or the national state interested in providing these kind of things that will create an environment in which such personal values can flourish and people will feel protected and safe and flourishing and empowered if they feel that these kind of values are being protected by the political entities. A clear majority says that EU is interested in taking care of close ones. Be very careful, close ones can mean a lot. I mean, family, nation, clan, group, tribe in inverted commas, obviously, and being in charge of one's own life decisions, it's 78%, it's even higher. Freedom to decide for myself, freedom to choose what makes me happy, freedom to choose my ways of achieving fulfillment in life, because this is what is the definition of a secure life and of a fulfilled life. Feeling safe and secure, it's also very highly pointing. And then care for nature, environment, availability, worldwide equal opportunities. These are the top elements. And these are the things I would say a smart, intelligent political establishment will try to provide, being EU elite or being national states. What we are not so much interested in is wealth. Very interesting. I mean, we would expect that, oh, European Union is good for citizenship because we can become rich. It's not necessarily what people really want. We achieved as European Union a certain level of common sense, good standards of living. Telling others what to do is something we really don't need to hear. It's really, we don't need to know exactly. We are not interested. Ability to engage in all sorts of new experiences, it's somewhere there. The respondents say, okay. So these are the things what states should do, or entities, European Union elite should do, and what they shouldn't if they want to create and build trust and build allegiance at the end of the day, or allegiance and trust at the end of the day. And there is no much time left. I'll just say, let's take an example as a case study. I just gave a quote there, a Europe that comes to explain to people that what words they should or shouldn't say is not a Europe to which I totally adhere. Any take on who said this and when, and obviously we are here talking to informed people. I'm sure you've seen the discussion around this. So this does not come from some sort of nationalist anti-EU thinker, or my 30 minutes are up, or a radicalized anti-European person. It comes from, as I'm sure you know, from Emmanuel Macron, who very recently said this, as a response to the attempt from one of the important elements of the Brussels elites, Brussels political power, the commissioner for Dali, the commissioner for equality in the Commission of the European Union, with that document that was supposed to be an internal document for giving some guidelines of dealings within the European Union machinery. I'm not saying anything about it in terms of value. I think it is a very, very good example of what can be done in ways in which perhaps to lead people towards lowering their level of allegiance instead of raising their level of allegiance towards the European Union as a political apparatus that requires our trust in order to be strong. So just to close, I jump over this. That's what I planned anyway. I just have some quotes here that will perhaps I use as conclusions. Questions of identity is not something self-evident or related to our station in life, but an open-ended inquiry. And my invitation is, do go there, do go to inquire continuously, what is that makes me who I am? Question ourselves. Let's avoid the banality of evil by not questioning who am I? It's a fundamental question we need to address. In fact, our identity is deeper and more many-sided than any of our possible articulations of it. But then perhaps the funny one, I think, which it is a known, very known, well used quote. Do not ask me who I am, and do not ask me to remain the same. Leave it to our bureaucrats and our police to see that our papers are in order. This is basically, I think, a very good lessons we can take from Michel Foucault. Political actors need to do just this. Leave us alone, in a sense, make sure that we, the citizens, feel safe, feel empowered, and feel that we belong. The more this happens, the more citizens will be inclined to build allegiance and thus to close the circle, providing the right and meaningful support, which at the end of the day will strengthen the political entity, which in turn, in a full circle, will strengthen our identities and our position in the world. Thank you very much.
Questions in the chat or in the room?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. There is a basic question about European values and European politics when it comes to countries where these values and this politics are not being kept, such as Poland and Hungary. What shall the European Commission, the Council of Europe, the European Parliament, the European institutions in general undertake in regards to these countries and their the non-democratic policies? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. It is a very difficult one in light of what I've just said. I think, first of all, the technical answer is that the European Commission already did take some very significant steps very recently, almost as we talk. They blocked the access to the funds, to the major funds that are being provided for the members of the member states. It's just the two countries, Hungary and Poland, that did not receive yet the first installment. And I know Romania is not feeling very well. We've got the money, but there is still conditioned. It's still highly conditioned by various stakes that are being to be kept. But we've got it. So in terms of what is being done, it's already being done. I can say that there are already very concrete and very, very strong steps that are taken by the European Commission. On the other hand, I think that is one way of looking at it, and it's from more or less an institutionalized perspective. I would say the European Union should be more careful with finely tuned elements related to identity and allegiance, because again, what I said is it is a competition on who provides the safer place for people to follow their system of values. And unless there is dialogue, unless there is communication, unless there is education, unless there is a proper discussion on what are the values that are being at stake and why are they crucial, why are they important for one side or the other, I think we cannot reach any engagement, and we are jeopardizing the project. We are jeopardizing the identity, because exactly what I said, we are losing allegiance, we are losing people's trust, and that is at a very high cost. So I would suggest the Brussels elites should look into the details rather than just acting automatically in terms of, okay, this is our standard. Yeah, we do not want to lose our very powerful normative position, and I think that's crucial, but it has to be done in dialogue. It has to be done by questioning, by going back and forth, and perhaps, I don't know, I wish I would have the answer, but I would just say, be very careful both sides, both the national states and and Brussels, because the citizens now have the freedom, in a sense, to move from one place to another in terms of their allegiance.
Is there any other question? In that case, I will make one, highly connected with the first one. You have said that the European Union needs to build trust on the institutions, but I guess that this is also a role of the national governments to build the narratives to support the European Union, because making the same across Europe, there are nations or countries with more trust on the EU and others where we have low. So my question will be, wouldn't some countries feel threatened by the European Union by having citizens trusting in the European Union so that they later on will claim them reforms? Thank you.
Well, thank you. We actually have a very, I would say, sad example, which in a sense weakened significantly both ourselves and the ones who decided that the European apparatus, the EU political establishment is too strong, and they left. It's Brexit, and I don't think that any of the two sides is feeling better today because of that. And it is a very good example of the ways in which such a hot issue was exploited by other competitors, if not enemies of the European Union. But again, we live in democratic regimes in which people are being elected through votes, through voting systems, and we, in a sense, need to be aware of the competing ideologies, in a sense, even if in this very finely tuned aspect of the narratives that are being provided by governments and narratives provided by the European Union and standards required by the European Union, and be aware that those people are in power because they are voted. They manage to win the allegiance of their citizens, so they're running those countries to the point in which some of them are becoming reluctant to European Union values. Then that must be discussed as such. I don't see any of the current leaders as being strongly somehow opposing the whole thing about the European Union, but it is a very difficult question. I just say, be careful. Both sides are in a competition, in a sense, for the allegiance of their citizens. At times it can be complementary. I remember the days when, for instance, Hungary was trying to be a member of the European Union. It was the same leader who was one of the most ardent supporter of the EU integration. Things changed. I don't know. It's democracy, freedom. I think dialogue is perhaps one of the best way of and obviously there are other means, education and so on, but even projects like this, I think, are very important in terms of knowing each other, in terms of understanding East and West, in terms of understanding various mentalities, and somehow building trust. I returned to my key point of my intervention: building trust in each other, trust in our nation's trust from the nation side on the European Union. I know I'm a political animal now and diplomat, and I'm not answering exactly what you're expecting, because it is a very difficult question. I think it should be addressed by those directly involved.
Ana. Ana, buenos días.
Now I think we should move to the next session.
¿El qué? ¿Me quito la mascarilla? Ah. Ah, vale. Vale, vale, gracias. Sí. Bueno, buenos días a todos. Lo primero de todo, muchas gracias por la oportunidad de estar aquí en esta mesa moderando en un workshop que creo que es vital para el proyecto UNITA. Yo me llamo Yolanda Betrán, soy estudiante de Derecho, estoy en el último curso y empecé en este proyecto hace aproximadamente un año. Y la verdad me gustaría destacar de este proyecto que es una oportunidad única para acercarnos a la Unión Europea. Desde una perspectiva juvenil y como estudiante en una carrera de leyes, veo que la Unión Europea a veces parece que está muy alejada. Bruselas es como un ente alejado de todo y no tenemos mucha conexión. Entonces, este proyecto y estas charlas son una oportunidad única para conectar con la política europea. So, after my presentation, I would like to introduce Lidia Pereira, which is the speaker who's going to take on this meeting. Lidia Pereira is graduated in economics at the University of Coimbra, and she also holds a master's degree in European Economic Studies from the College of Europe. She has worked as a consultant in the financial sector, and she's been a member of Parliament since 2019. I would like to point out that she is a member of the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs, a substitute member of the Committee on the Environment, Public Health and Food Safety, and also a member of the Delegation for Relations with the People's Republic of China and the Delegation for Relations with the United States. So thank you very much for being here, Lidia.
Hello, Yolanda. Thank you very much for having me, and let me thank you as well, the University of Zaragoza, for this invitation. Unfortunately, due to the increasing cases of COVID and the consequence measures applied, I'm not in the beautiful city of Zaragoza, which I don't know so far, and I will have, and I hope I will have the opportunity to visit sometime soon. But in any case, I hope you can still enjoy my humble contribution for today's conference. One of the oldest and perhaps most important aspects of the human society, or the building of the human society, has been the notion of belonging. Today I will be talking about citizen and citizenship in a way that will provide some ideas or raise some questions, because I think these conferences are also useful not only to increase something in our knowledge, but also to raise more questions so we can be curious enough to look for answers. So in the framework of this conference and in what regards the citizenship and the EU citizenship, that will be the course of these of my contribution today. So the notion of belonging, human society. There's been always the idea of those who belong to the polity and those who don't. If we think about cities and then we think about states, they were built around the idea that people felt they belong to a group of persons that share and protect common interests. If we think about tribes as well, it also applies. So societies were or have been developed simultaneously as religion, culture, customs. It is a complex structure. The relationship between citizen and citizenship means the exclusive relationship between a state and its population and its people, and those who belong to its political and legal order. It is an intimate relationship as it entails both the protection and privileges, duties the state has towards the citizen, but also the obligations citizens have towards the state. The case of the European citizenship reaches another threshold of transnational and dual citizenship, where a person is both a citizen of a EU member state, but also a citizen of the European Union. However, the concept may fall short to spark the belonging notion in some parts of the EU. If we take into consideration, or if we recall that the EU was created as an economic union before it was a political project. And the economic union was created in the framework of building peace in a continent that has been devastated by several wars and battles. So the origin of the EU is of an economic essence or nature before it became a political project that aimed to unite these diverse cultural nations spread around Europe. So the legal aspect of it is it's also undoubtedly more complex. But I'm sure many of the panelists here today, they are better prepared and equipped to talk about, to explain to you about the historical and legal perspective of the concept of citizenship and the development of the EU citizenship. What I think I can offer to you today is the perception as a member of the European Parliament, but also as a Portuguese, as a European, of what are the protection duties that the EU has towards its citizens. The privilege Europeans have of being EU citizens, the obligations Europeans should have towards the Union, and finally, how the EU integration should move towards, should move forward, having in mind the sense of belonging. So the notion of European citizenship was only introduced with the Maastricht Treaty in 1993. So every person holding the nationality, the citizenship of a member state of the European Union is equality of a citizen to the Union itself. And for the first time in history, people became citizens of not only a state, a nation, but of an international organization or international club, which is the European Union. So the citizenship concept gains a new meaning with its application within the European Union. In shaping this new citizenship concept, the European Court of Justice had a tremendous influence through its case law. It has shaped citizenship of the Union as independent from and in some respects superior to national citizenship. This European citizenship gave Europeans a new economic, political, civil, and social rights that everyone can enjoy anywhere they are in any EU member state's territory. The free movement of persons, goods, services, and capital is something that was built around the idea of European citizenship. This is what the EU has to offer to its citizens, the possibility to enjoy anywhere the rights that in the past were only able to enjoy within its own country territory. So they also have the right to vote for the European Parliament elections, which is actually the only European Union institution directly elected by the people. And that elects politicians that represent their interests during the design of new European legislation in the relationship with other non-EU countries, and guarantee that no member state goes against European law. This is in the end, it's more the job of the European Court of Justice. But the European Parliament also contributes to make sure that we create laws that are not against the European law, of course. And the members of the European Parliament, as the representatives of not only the European people, but also European citizens. And it's actually interesting, just to make a quick remark, we tend in the European Parliament to assume that we are the representatives of our own election member state. But the truth is that by the treaties, the members of the European Parliament, they represent the Europeans and not only the member states where they are elected. This is difficult to follow in practice, because there's always the tendency to somehow work or protect the interests of the national interests of the member state where we are elected for. But the truth is that we represent the European citizens, and not only, in my case, the Portuguese citizens. So just also a brief note, I heard in the last intervention of the previous panel, there was a reference to Hungary and Poland. I believe this would require a better or more time to dig in what is happening in both of these countries. But actually, it is the European Parliament and not the Council nor the Commission that has been more vocal on the need to take action on the governments that are breaching the EU laws. It is the Parliament saying that the EU cannot continue to transfer European funds, for example, without any significant reforms being made, as opposed to the ones that were made in the judiciary, framework, in the management of the free press, and so on. So that's just a brief note on what the European Parliament and the European citizens in providing and considering that we have to share the same values, and we have to actually apply them. And the European Parliament is committed to that. On a different note, going back to what I wanted to share with you today. So the 2009 Lisbon Treaty provided the right to every European citizen to participate in the democratic life of the Union. But what does this exactly mean? Legally, it was created the European Citizens Initiative, that is an initiative from EU citizens that have set up a citizens committee that is registered by the European Commission. And within a year, this committee has to gather 1 million signatures from EU citizens in at least 7 member states. If this is done successfully, the proposed legislation is on the Commission's official agenda. The democratic legitimacy of the Union is a two-way street. So on the one hand, the institutions need to make sure its citizens are heard and feel represented. So this goes back to what I was referring to as a sense of belonging, which is crucial for the EU to function properly and for it to truly be a political project rather than just an economic one. Nonetheless, if we just stick to putting in place mechanisms, I believe it's probably not enough. And member states have an important role in passing the message of the importance of the EU for its citizens' day-to-day lives. The EU will only survive as long as its people want, as long as its people understand the importance of the project. If we look at Brexit, it is a clear example on how the lack of engagement and sense of belonging from the British led to the United Kingdom abandoning the European Union, and its citizens lost the EU citizenship. So their passports are back to refer only the United Kingdom, whereas our passports keep referring the European Union. So no EU country should ever stop worrying about this issue, or should continuously be looking for new ways of engagement between European citizens and EU institutions. I understand, for example, if we think about the press, EU affairs don't sell in the press, in our national media. And this is probably something that we should look into, because when we look at the amount of legislation approved at EU level and its impact at the national level, some numbers, for example, in Portugal, 80% of the national legislation comes from the European level. When we have to transpose directives, publish regulations in our national gazettes. So maybe there should be a different understanding, also with the contribution by the national media for the work that we do at the European level. And if I remember in the beginning of the pandemic, I remember the Portuguese public asking, well, where is the European Union? We need the European Union to solve this crisis. So there is some sense of belonging. There is some references to the crisis, but there's less references to the times where the European Union is prospering. So going back to the citizenship, the EU citizenship is not a static concept. There is a debate that is currently happening in what concerns the representative role of the members of the European Parliament, where they should represent their national constituents or all citizens to strengthen the European Parliament vis-a-vis the European Commission, to ensure that actually elected politicians have more power than not only elected non-elected technocrats, and if transnational lists should also exist during European Parliament elections. I was telling you in the beginning that by the treaties, the members of the European Parliament, they represent the Europeans. But the truth is, and the practice shows, that we tend to represent, or to be more sensitive to what is to the impacts of the legislation, of the negotiations that we do at the EU level, and its impact on the our own member state of election. So in my view, and this is also connected to the fact that the European Union is not a federal union. And also, if we look at the US, for example, there's not even transnational lists or transnational federal state lists in the US. So I question whether it is necessary to have such framework also in the European Union, because, well, the EU is not a federal union. It is not a state and does not want to be a state. If we look at the nature and the essence for the creation of the European Union, we understand that that was not the purpose. And my feeling is that, of course, I don't have a closed opinion. It might change, but my feeling about the transnational lists is that it undermines somehow the representation the citizens have about the functioning of the EU as it works in the present today. So I'll finish this contribution, the participation, with maybe some food for thought, and I'll leave you a couple of questions to think about. In 25 years, what do you think the EU citizenship concept will mean? Do you think it means further integration, EU integration, or will anti-European and nationalist forces jeopardize the concept itself? I will finish by saying this. Being a European doesn't mean that we lose our historic and cultural roots. And I always refer to, when I speak about citizenship, that I am Portuguese and I am European. And I don't know to be one without the other. So I thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful and productive conference.
Thank you for your time, Lydia. It's been a really interesting speech. So I don't know if someone here have some questions. Yes.
Thank you very much. Não oímos a pregunta para a prática.
Muito obrigado, Lydia. Thank you very much. I have maybe two questions. One is related with the new generations. As one of the youngest members of the European Parliament, which are for you the main priorities, the main challenges that the young generations are facing in this moment, and if you think that the members of the European Parliament can act as the central agencies in the promotion of the relationship between citizens and the political powers. And as you mentioned, the idea of the European citizenship, maybe a brief look that you can give us about the intention of the two European political parties, the Identity and Democracy and the ECR, has bringing together in the future, and the possible political power that these two groups can have in shaping the future of the European Union. Thank you very much.
Can I reply? Or? I see Sergio nodding. Yolanda, I'm not sure. Should I reply to this question?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Start answering this question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for the question. And I think I would prefer to focus on that the answer relies on the moderate parties. And I think we haven't had sufficient reflection about why the extreme parties rise. I'm not putting ECR in the same basket as the ID, but I put ID and the left in the European Parliament. And when I say the left, I'm referring to GUE. They changed their name now. In the same basket, they are Eurosceptic. They have an anti-European agenda. But the exercise we should do is maybe answering the question: why are these parties rising at the national level, contributing to an increase of the political groups, of its respective political groups in the European Parliament? And I think the answer to that is the fact that the moderate parties in the European Union, they are somehow stuck in the past. And they tend to contribute to the rise of these extreme or these radical parties. And why do I say that? I can tell you that just before the summer, I was in the hemicycle watching the debate about the rule of law in the Strasbourg session. And unfortunately, what I see is that the moderate parties, they don't have a clear answer to deal with what is happening in countries as Poland and Hungary. And instead of engaging in a more, I would say, centered and moderate political discourse, they tend to capture the whole debate, focusing on a political figure that I think such strategy instigates further distrust and Euroscepticism by those member states. And I'm clearly referring to Hungary and Poland, with more focus on Poland. I was watching such debates, and I saw the socialists, I saw the left in general, I saw the liberals focusing the rule of law debate only on one person and not on a European reflection that we have to do and an answer that we have to deliver, which is, do we think the strategy that has been applied, and I haven't seen anyone with a proper recipe to resolve the issue, besides the mechanism that we have now in place that somehow prevents the use of the EU funds for countries that do not comply with the EU values. But I don't see a concrete answer on how we can deal with the European model, which is based in the Western model, in the American model, in countries that perhaps were not 100% ready for the application of such model. And I don't see any answer. I don't myself. Unfortunately, it's something that I usually think about, but I also don't have the answer. I hope that in the next years I will have the chance to work with other colleagues and with the academia to deliver on that. I know the situation is not good. It's not acceptable. But I also don't see the political willingness, and I see, if I refer to the EU Council, because the Parliament has been vocal about it, but the Council doesn't take any action. So how do we deal with that? What concerns me is indeed the political discourse by certain political groups in the Parliament that I don't see it helping, nor in dialogue, nor in a concrete contribution, like a realistic approach to deal with the rise of nationalist and populist, or the strengthening of those already existing political parties. So to answer about the question about the increase of radical parties or radical political groups. I think the center, and I'm center moderates, center left, center right, are not doing what is required. They don't speak to, they are not speaking to what people, what are the people's expectations, perspectives. For many, many years, they were sold with certain ideas, but somehow those ideas are not matching the reality. And therefore, I think it is time, we are not late, but it is time for the moderate parties to adapt, to adapt their narrative, to a certain extent, their ideology, because people are no longer making politics or engaged in the society as they used to be in the past. If we look at how people used to be engaged, they used to meet at the mass in the church for the mass, or they would meet at the church for a meeting for the interest of the community. But nowadays, people are in the social media and they probably don't want to attend a meeting of an organization. They prefer to stay at home watching a Netflix series. So this all changed, but I don't see the same change applied in the political parties, in the moderate political parties. And I think it's somehow the reason why the other political parties or the radical political parties are increasing. So there's homework to do. Time is, the clock is ticking. In what I can do in all the platforms that I'm engaged, either being president of the Youth of the European People's Party or being a member of my own party in Portugal, I am committed to somehow contribute for an update, a reform of my party to go in line with the expectations that people in the 21st century have. Knowing that if we don't take action, the extremes will continue to increase, and in the end, we might have not only Brexit but maybe some other departures from the EU, which is something that goes against the global objectives that we should have in mind. The pandemic revealed a shift or a change in the international order. And in a globalized world, it makes no sense that countries are alone. So I truly believe in this in the European project. I am a proud European, even though I'm not federalist. But I know that the answers reside in being moderate. We should be proud of being moderate. If today, if we say that we are moderate, somehow we have people attacking us because we don't take one side of the barricade. And I also see that in the European Parliament, that was what I was mentioning earlier. It is quite fragmented. The willingness of the political groups to cooperate is decreasing, even between the grand coalition that we have, the SD, the Liberals and the EPP. And therefore, there's a lot of challenges, but I do know that the European Union is the best project in the world. Europe is the best continent to live, and we have to fight for what we have achieved, knowing that we cannot take for granted anything in the future. And also I will finish. We have to fight for democracy. It is not a perfect system, but it's the best system we can have. And we cannot engage in, I think, engaging in cancel culture movements also raise a lot of questions rather than delivering answers for the challenges of today. So yeah, I think we all have our contribution to make. I think this conference also delivers on that. And I'm always available for discussing and receiving ideas, contributions that can strengthen the European project, democracy, and people's lives.
In this room who have any question? Is there someone else who wants to ask something to Lydia? ¿Alguien más quiere plantear alguna pregunta? Okay, so, well, I would like to ask you a couple of questions. First of all, I really love the idea you gave about belonging to, about how society is like divided into groups. One belongs to the politics and the other one doesn't. But in fact, we are all in the same group because we are all a society, we are all a European society. So my first question is related to that idea. If someone, what would you say to someone who says that the European doesn't do anything for us, that it's only stealing money from the state members? Because I've seen that, unfortunately, over these past years, there's a lot of increasing populism, a lot of skeptic people who think that the European does nothing for us. So how would you respond? That would be my first question. And the second one, I think it's a little bit more personal, but while I was looking about the European Parliament and about your activity, I've seen you've been the president of the Youth of the European People's Party. So I would like to ask, how do you see the youth participation in politics? Because from what I've seen in Spain is that politics is only related to grown people, and sometimes when you are young, your voice is not as heard as someone else.
All right, thank you, Yolanda. I will reply to you, and unfortunately, I will have to leave right after because I have another commitment. What the EU does for us? Well, let's look at a very present example. If we think about the vaccines, or if we think about the response to the pandemic. You all remember at the very beginning of this pandemic that member states were somehow frightened, and they started buying medical equipment, protective equipment, and not sharing with the countries that were in most need. So what the EU did, the EU used one of the mechanisms available, which is the civil protection mechanism, and started acquiring this material and delivering it for the countries that needed the most. So this is a concrete thing that the EU has been doing, and actually goes in line with what the expectations of the people were, because I remember I told you already in Portugal, when the pandemic started, the Portuguese people were wondering, but why is not the EU doing what it should do? Well, the EU delivered. I think we needed a bit of time to understand what exactly we had in front of us, but the EU delivered. Also on the vaccines, if we think about the fragility of some, or the vulnerability of some member states that are not as big or as rich to compete at the global market to go for to buy vaccines, we would have seen a complete different scenario on the access to vaccines in the European Union. We would have seen strong and rich countries acquiring the biggest big chunks of vaccines, whereas the most vulnerable smaller countries would fight or would struggle to have access to those vaccines in the same time frame. So the EU delivered on that. With a coordinated response, which comes from before, from what I just referred to as the EU Civil Protection Mechanism, that we applied the same concept of the coordinated response, and we managed to acquire those vaccines and deliver and distribute in an equal way to the member states. So, but now if we think about, for example, the euro, the currency, which we will be soon celebrating the the start of the circulation of the euro in January 2022. This helped a lot, not only our businesses, but the way we trade, the way we can buy products in the internal market. It managed to simplify our the way we needed the way we do trade in the EU. I still remember when I was 10 years of age when the euro was introduced. And I still remember changing or hearing at home my parents saying that they were going to change escudos for pesetas to go to restaurants or to buy in Spanish shops whenever we were on the other side of the border. And today, that's not even young people or younger people than me. They probably don't even remember the conversion that we were doing 10 years ago to buy products. So I think these are very concrete things that Europe provides, but also if we take into consideration, for example, if I look at my experience, I studied in Portugal. I did my Erasmus in Czech Republic, in Prague. I did my master's degree in Belgium. I did my first internship in Luxembourg. I started working in Luxembourg. Then I moved to Brussels to work in Brussels in the private sector. So, you know, every time I moved to a different country, I knew I had security and safety. Language was a barrier and is a barrier. And the only way we can do to deal with it is learning different languages. It's a European cultural heritage that we should cherish and we should foster and we should invest. But I had the same rights as a Czech student. I had the same rights as a Luxembourgish worker, as a Belgian worker. And I had access to accommodation and all that. So I think it's a very concrete, another concrete example, illustration of how the EU delivers for us. If we want to study, work, live in different countries, we are provided with the same rights as in our own country, knowing that language is a barrier, but we can circumvent it by learning it, by learning the culture, by acquiring more knowledge about the European Union. So, and finally, the second question about what is about the youth engagement in politics. I think the best way to achieve it is by putting young people at the heart of the decision making. We don't manage to convoke younger people, younger voters to participate if they also don't see that they are heard. And when I say by being heard, is not putting young people in advisory councils, is putting them in the group that decides and that takes decisions at the government level, at the parliament, at the regional, local level. This is how we change, and this is how we address the youth engagement. And I conclude by saying this. In the past, after the revolution in Portugal, all people, all government officials, or a big majority of those, they were 30 years of age, more or less. And if we look at today's average age of government officials is substantially higher. If I look at the European Parliament's average age of parliamentarians is 55. So maybe it is time that also the political parties, with the organizations, with associations, understand that we need to level up and put younger generations at the heart of the decision-making process. It's putting them at the heart of the decision, not as being just advisors of some councils structure. So this is what I think it is important. It's not only to hear the youth, it's also to give them the platform to decide about the present and about their future.
Intervention, Lydia. It's been a pleasure to have you here, and hope we've seen each other face to face after this COVID crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ahora, no. A ver. No. Bueno, reanudaremos este workshop a las 4 de la tarde. Y... perdón, a las 3 de la tarde.